What's up, everybody? God bless. God bless. How y'all doing? How you feeling? Appreciate y'all for joining me once again over here at the Word and Now. Good looking out how all my beautiful family in Christ is doing. Good to see y'all. Now, we have an interesting topic. I think we're going to get some interesting responses. Can Muslims trust Allah? Can Muslims trust Allah in his Makr? You know, audio check. Audio check. Mic check sounds good. Jay Rich. Appreciate that, Jay Rich. Michael Hillers. Word the weirdo wilder. I like that. That got a little ring to it. Michael has a little ring to it. Now, y'all are my witnesses. Y'all are my witness. Logic been getting those weirdos over there. Logic been getting those weirdos over there, man. They've been getting some weirdos, man. But dealing with that, this religion, it's the religion. They breed weirdos. Islam breed weirdos. You know, but I'm almost vindicated. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't been getting as many weirdos as the past. I don't know what changed, but I still get them. I'm not gonna lie and say I don't get them, but it was like whole streams for like 3 months. All I was getting is weirdos, you know, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Weirdos need the gospel too. You know, weirdos need the gospel too. And if it's my duty to bring in the weirdos, I'll accept it. I'll accept it. How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing? Let me hook up TikTok real quick so we can jump over on the tickety-tock, TikTok time to rock, like David Wood says. So we can jump over, see what they got over on TikTok. See if I can bring it up. All right, there we go. There we go. Now we in action. We in action. My boy Life is supposed to join me. So let me text Life real quick. Matter of fact, let me hide this because it'll show my screen. All right, I didn't want to dox Life, y'all. I didn't want to dox him. Let's get over on TikTok, see what we got. Y'all pray for some good conversations. Good to see y'all, man. Hope everybody week started off great. Hope everybody week starts off great and magnificent. How y'all doing? Put a thumbs up in the chat. Put a thumbs up in the chat. See what we got over here on TikTok. Chunky Sushi Bread, you an Astros fan? You an Astros fan? That's what's up. Can Muslims trust Allah? Can Muslims trust Allah? I say no. I say no. Muslims cannot trust Allah. Given from the Quran verses, some hadiths, and even from their own prophet said he didn't know what was going to happen to him or to you. How can you follow a prophet that's not sure of his own salvation?
Yes.
How can you follow a prophet that's not sure of his own salvation? Can Muslims trust Allah? We're going to get it started with 21:23 in the Quran. 21:23. Let me see. Move this over a bit. Says he cannot be questioned about what he does, but they will all be questioned. So you can't even question Allah. Don't question, just believe. And we see this with some of the sheikhs when he was talking to Sneeko, telling them, you can't question Allah. You can't do this. If you do, ooh, you're a kafir. You're a kafir zindiq. You're a disbeliever if you question Allah. Now we know in Isaiah 1:18 from the Christian Bible, from our Bible, the truth, that's Bible, says, come, let's reason together. Come, let's reason together. God is inviting us to question, to ask questions so he can give us a response. But according to the Quran, can't do that. We even seen Abraham stand before Sodom and Gomorrah was demolished. He reasoned with God. If there's 50 righteous men, would you spare the city? God says yes. There's 30 righteous men in the city. Would you destroy it? Relent from destroying it? God says yes. Right? God wants us to reason with him. Look like we got us a guest. What's up, farmers?
Hello, mate.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you a you're a Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you trust Allah?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay, let's just start with it real easy. Can you question Allah?
I mean, to question something. I mean, something, or I don't know.
Can you question
Because
him, like his actions?
I asked his actions.
Yeah. Can you question like, oh God, why is this? Why you doing this? Or why did this happen? Or, seek and implore more knowledge for yourself that you're not unclear with.
Yeah. I don't really understand you because like I'm taking it from a literal sense, right? I don't communicate with God, so I can't question him. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm not saying like you're gonna have to actually talk face to face with him, but into your own self. You be like, oh Allah, why did this happen? Why can't why am I going through this? Or did this was this ordained to be?
Yeah, of course.
You can?
Yeah.
Well, in Surah 23:13 it says you can't. It says he cannot be questioned about what he does.
I mean, can you bring it up on the screen? On the big screen, and can we go through it?
Sure, give me a minute.
No problem.
Man, y'all be making me work.
I could go.
I got it. I got it, bro. No problem. You see this? Surah Al-Anbiya says he cannot be questioned about what he does, but they will all be questioned. So it's saying you can't question Allah.
I mean, just think of it through a simple human psychology, do you not question things that happen in your life?
Sure I do.
So if something bad,
Sure I do.
if
But
something bad or yeah.
sure I do.
So are you telling me Muslims do not question things that happen in their life?
You're not supposed to.
Are you sure?
You
I
just
mean,
I
is
just
that what
read
you're
I
aiming?
just read you the verse.
I mean, you're not making sense because I'm talking to you. No Muslim would be able to function without questioning actions in his life.
No, Allah's
So
action, not your own action.
yeah,
Farmers,
yeah,
not
maybe
your actions, but Allah's actions.
you're not understanding. What you showed me doesn't say that a human. Yeah, you're getting it wrong.
What do you mean?
I'm telling you. Look, Islam is a way of life. Let me explain something to you.
Please,
God is ne-
please,
One minute.
farmers, please, no.
Brother, I'm gonna go then.
No,
You want me to
farmers,
finish
just
what I'm
answer
saying,
the
or shall I
question. I
go?
don't need a lecture. I know what Islam
Well, I don't
is.
need your. I don't. Okay, bye, mate.
I know
No
what
problem.
Islam
I
is,
can
bro.
go. I can stay. If you're gonna let me finish, I let you finish, so you
I
let me
don't need. All
finish.
I'm saying is I don't need a lecture
Well, I
about
don't
what
need what
Islam
you're
is.
saying as well.
I
I don't
showed you
need
the
what you're
verse.
saying.
I showed you the verse that said you cannot
And
question
I'm
Allah what He
explaining to you the
does.
verse. And I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. You understand?
What are you
There's.
explaining?
I'm explaining to you that what you're saying there, if you take it in a literal sense, then no one would be able to function. You're basically saying that someone can't question, oh, why did this happen in my life, or is this good? It's even these types of questions like, did something good happen in my life or bad? That's what you're saying. You're saying God is saying not at all. Yeah.
That's what it says.
This is what. Oh, no. God is saying this. God is saying that there's. If I tell you that this is a sin, you can't question. Exactly. That's what God's saying. That's what, as Muslims, we believe. Yeah.
It didn't
We
say.
don't
It
believe
didn't
that
say
God don't
anything
give you
about that.
people.
It said His
We don't believe
actions.
that God. We
Farmers,
don't believe that God. Well, I know. I sit in beyonds. Yeah?
farmers. Hold on. It's not saying what's sin or not. You can't question him what is sin or not. No, it's saying you cannot question his actions because you believe that everything is decreed by Allah, correct?
Yeah. Go on.
Do you believe that?
Oh, bro, I mean, I think you probably asked another Muslim before me just the same question. So why are you asking me the same?
You're my
When
first.
when you know the same,
farmers. I literally 5 minutes
you know
just
I'm
got
gonna say
on.
the same thing.
I
You
literally
believe the
just
same
started.
thing.
No,
So
I
if you're
don't. No, I don't.
okay, are you not Christian?
Yeah,
Yeah, to what?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, so if you're Christian, so you reject what I said that God doesn't decree everything. You just said no, He doesn't. So
Yeah,
you
he
reject
doesn't.
that.
No, we believe in
Okay.
free will. We believe that we are autonomous beings operating
So
on
do
our
we.
free will.
So do we.
No, let me show you why not.
Oh my God, now you're going to tell me another belief that I don't know in my 32 years of living. But go on, go ahead.
So you don't want to see?
No. All I'm telling you, I've studied comparative religion for maybe 15 years. But carry on. Comparative, so I've studied your religion probably more than you. But carry on.
You're not telling me anything.
No, but I'm waiting for you to show me. Am I not? You said you're going to show me another verse now, so I'm waiting.
Okay, give me a second. Says
Yeah.
in Surah
If you could show on the
An-Nisa,
screen again.
Surah An-Nisa. What do you say?
Can you show on the screen? Can you show on the screen?
Sure, I can.
Thank you.
Surah An-Nisa 488. Let me clean it a little bit so it can be clear, you know?
Yeah.
Said, why you believers divide into two groups regarding the hypocrites while Allah allowed them to regress because of their misdeeds? Do you wish to guide those left by Allah to stray? And whoever Allah leaves to stray, you'll never find for them a way. So there's no free will. You don't have free will because Allah is who guides and misguides. We can also go to Surah 14 verse 4.
I'm just sighing because you're sitting there saying, me as a Muslim, I don't have free will.
You don't.
So who guided me to come on this room then?
Allah.
So when I press, oh my days, bro.
Everything is
So if I
predestined for you.
if I kill, so if I get a knife and stab myself,
don't use that K
okay,
word.
if I end myself right now, you telling me that's Allah now. So if I go and get a can of Coke, you're telling me that's Allah now, forcing me to go and get a can of Coke. Because you're saying,
let me show you.
if you're not making sense.
Let me show you.
Don't tell me I don't have free will.
Let me show you. Let me show you something. Even your even the Abu Bakr and all of them, that they didn't have assurance on anything, and I can show you that in a minute too. This is sort of ayah 78.
What point is this now? You were trying to make another point. Now you've talked about Abu Bakr.
I'm talking about the same point, that they knew that they didn't have free will and they wasn't safe from Allah's planning.
Show me where it should. No.
Hold on. Bro, let me answer your first question.
Show me where you said, oh, Abu Bakr didn't have free will. You just said it. Show me.
Bro,
I bet you.
Let me finish with you right here, because you said if I take a gun or a knife or something and I delete myself, that'd be bad, right?
No, I never said that.
I'm asking you.
I never said that.
What did you say? Clarify.
I said. Okay, let's talk about the definition of free will, because I think you're
clarify what you just said.
No, I'm not going to move on from that until we find out what.
Clarify what you just said.
I believe that English is your second language, to be honest.
Don't start with the magical Arabic bit on me.
No. English is your second language. You don't know what free will means.
I don't know what free will means.
How could I argue with a person who thinks free will is a different definition from me? What's the point?
I'm trying to show you that there is.
All right, let's talk about free will then. Since you're intelligent, you've got a live open. Let's talk about the definition of free will, yeah?
Okay.
What is free will?
Okay, hold on.
Shall I go first or should you go first?
Go ahead. Give me your definition of free will.
Free will is just a simple way of saying that you're free to do anything you like. So if I want to go and get a can of Coke, I'm not, there's no compulsion on me from, like you're saying, Allah or whatever you're saying. Something's forcing me. Yeah, this is called free will. It's like if someone forces you, holds you at gunpoint to do something, that wouldn't be considered free will. You got the point now? So yeah, what is your definition of free will?
That you have an autonomous mind that you can go, and then, because free will means if you don't have free will, that means you have very limited options. You only have one option that you can have. Hold on. Free will. Hold on, brother. Free will is freedom of choice. Okay, that means you have unlimited choices that you can take different paths and you can do different things. This is free will. Once your choices are restricted, then you no longer have free will to do what you think you are able to do.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay,
so at least we know what free will is now.
Okay, thank you.
So again, I'm asking you,
let me show you something.
Let me speak 1 second. For me to come on this live, to press request, I ask you once more, is that not my free will to come on this live?
If Allah willed you not to come on this live, could you be able to come on this live?
I'm asking you now. Forget the trickery.
I'm not tricking you. If Allah willed you not to come on this live, would you be able to come on this live?
I'm not asking you that.
I'm asking you.
Exactly. You can't answer.
If Allah willed you not to come on this live, Farmers, if Allah willed you not
No
to
one's
come on
got
this
me at
live,
gunpoint forcing me to
that ain't
come on
what I,
here.
that ain't
So
what I asked you. Everything is
that's what
wrote.
free will
Hold
is.
on, everything is wrote for you. Everything is predestined for you. Everything is predestined for you.
Look. The point
So
there
hold
is
on.
that you don't.
So what do the pen write? What was the first creation of Allah?
Showing me writings over writings and running, and then
Farmers. If you want to
you think you're clever or
reject your
something.
own sources, then that's on you. You want to reject your own
Who's
sources?
rejecting
Go right ahead. Why did Allah create the pen?
Listen to the what? If you do it, look, I'm gonna come with the thing now.
Just
If you
answer
move
my
from
question. Answer
no,
my
no, no,
question.
no.
Why was
Well,
the
I'm gonna go
pen
now.
created,
I'll
farmers?
make it easy for you. Bye, mate. I'll make
Why
it
was
easy
the
for you.
pen created?
Okay, you can just.
Okay.
I'll sit here and I'll answer you, but
Okay,
on
well,
one
answer my
condition.
question.
If you jump, if you jump from one point again, if you move from this point again,
I'm not jumping.
once
I
more,
want you
once
to answer
more,
my question.
once more. No, I'm telling you.
Answer
If
my
you jump
question.
from
Answer my
this
question.
point, this is the third question you've asked me now in 5 minutes.
And you
You
asked
keep
me
jumping.
a question. You don't remember? You said, "What is my definition of free will?" And
Yeah,
I
but
answered
I'm not
you.
jumping.
I'm not jumping either.
I
This is
wanna-
the same topic,
I want
bro.
to stay on the question for 10 minutes. So we're going to stay on this and we're going to discuss it for 10 minutes. Do you agree?
Bro, we are talking
You
about the
ask me a
same
question and then you run and then you're running.
We're talking
What
about
same-
we're talking about the same thing, bro. What are you talking about? This all is in the concept of free will. This is the same exact question that we're going on. You asked me a question, what was my definition of free will? And I answered you. You said
My
that
God,
you have
man,
free
you
will.
know,
You said
I don't know,
you said that
it's
you
that
have
rub on
free
your,
will.
it's that, bro, it's that rub on your lips. You can't stop talking, You're a host. Imagine you're a host and you just still can't stop talking.
Bro.
You have the power to disconnect me anytime you want and you just want to
I'm
talk.
trying to have a conversation with you, but if you want to be a little crybaby whiny, then just leave.
Yeah, so I'm saying to you, I don't speak to people who just want to talk. I'll be honest with you. If you have information,
if we
then I'll
have a
come up here.
conversation, am I not gonna talk for you to have a conversation with me?
All right, I'll give you last chance. Yeah, look,
You
you
ain't
got your
giving me
people.
no
Yeah,
chance,
don't move
bro.
to another point.
I don't care
Don't
whether you're
move to
here or
another
not.
point.
I don't care whether you're here or not, bro.
Don't
So you're
move
not
to
giving
another
me a
point,
chance,
scaredy
bro. What are you
cat.
talking about?
Don't run to another point then. All right, I'll say it to you once more.
We're
Don't
talking
run
about
to
the
another
same.
verse.
We're talking about the same
Talk
thing,
about
bro.
the same verse. If you have substance and
Okay,
something
what
on me,
verse?
why do you
What
keep
verse you
running?
want to go back? I'm gonna give you your last chance. What verse do
No,
you
no,
want
no.
to talk about?
I'll give you this. I'll give you this now.
What
Go on,
verse
read that
do you
out.
want to
Read
talk
whatever
about?
point you're trying to make.
What verse you want to talk about? Farmers. Hello.
Sorry. What was that?
I said, what verse you
I
want to
don't know.
discuss?
Listen. Let's start again. You go on. Go ahead. You ask me anything you like. I live for these debates, my friend. I was just reading something.
So why you running? Why you?
My point. Look. I just want to say my point is, please, if you're gonna make a point and want to debate with me, please let's stick to that debate. Let's stick to that point for at least 10 minutes.
This is all the same point, bro.
Don't keep reading verses out to me and then saying answer
So
this,
if
answer that. That's
if all of these verses is in line with the subject matter, why can't I read you different verses? If it's all aligned with the same subject that we're discussing.
Because why you can't? Because it's intellectual.
No, it's
why,
not.
Why?
I'm
How
just
could
bringing.
you?
Hold
How
on,
could you make your? Oh my days,
hold
bro!
on,
I'm gonna go,
farmers,
man. For God's sake, man.
Farmers, you're just yapping at
But
this
I
point.
told you
You're
first.
yapping
You
at
don't
this
even know
point.
the definition of free will.
You just agree with me in my definition of free will. You said, okay, that's fair. I agree. And then we moved on.
No. Before you said many things what free will weren't. So that's why I went through it. Remember, I stopped.
Watch your head, bro. Get out of here. You're a clown. I live for these debates, but you don't want to talk about nothing. What's wrong with that guy? What up, life?
What's up, word? Yeah, he live for crying, man.
Yeah, I live for these debates, but then he crying and don't want to talk about it. Watch your head, bro.
Imagine saying that. I live for debates, and you don't even know how to debate.
And don't want to talk about it.
They just be saying anything like Muhammad, man. I get it. He get it. Hey, he the perfect example for all mankind, right?
Yeah.
So just say anything like him.
They gotta imitate his ways, bro.
Yeah, imitate his intelligence, man. Just say anything.
It's crazy, man. It's wild.
I live for debates, but don't debate, but also don't not debate.
Yeah, I don't want to debate you, but I live for this. I live for this. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to debate you, but I live for this.
Live for this, but don't live for this.
Come on, man.
And when they ask you, do you live for this? Neither confirm nor deny
it. But say you do.
You see?
Live for it, though.
You see? So you could never be wrong. How could you ever be wrong if you never confirm nor deny what you're doing?
It's crazy, man. Yeah. So can Muslims trust Allah?
I'm gonna get something to drink. Where I'll be right back.
For sure, bro. Muslims, can y'all trust Allah? Farmers market, he came up. He didn't want to talk. He didn't really want to talk. He really didn't want to have any discussions. The man all he did was cry, bicker, and run from questions the whole time he was up here. The whole time he was here. That's all he did. That's all he did. But we're going to go back to him, and I'm going to show you what I was going to show him. This is Jamia Termity 2137. Let me see if I can put it on the screen for the peeps in the back. Y'all, a lot of y'all might be familiar with this hadith. The messenger of Allah narrated to us, and he is the truthful and entrusted one. Indeed, the creation of one of you is gathered inside his mother in 40 days. Then for a similar period, he is a clot. Then for a similar period, he is a piece of flesh. Then Allah sends the angel to him to blow the soul into him, and he is ordered to write 4 things. So the pen, the angel is always going to write too. I thought that was the pen job. I thought the pen is supposed to write. How now the angel is writing? Okay. He is to write his provision, his lifespan, his works, and whether he will be wretched or happy, by the one besides whom there is no other worthy of worship. One of you will do deeds of the people of paradise until there is between him and it but a 4-arm span. Then he is overcome by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of the fire, so that he enters it. And indeed, one of you will do the deeds of the people of the fire, until there is between him and it but a 4-arm span. Then he is overcome by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of paradise, so that he enters it. And another chain reports a similar narration. So this guy is talking about, well, what if I take a knife and I unalive myself? That means that was written for you in your fate. We can also substantiate this from the Quran itself. 478 and 479. This is also a contradiction. And it reads, wherever you may be, death will overcome you, even if you were in fortified towers. So even if you isolate yourself in all kinds from any interaction with other humans, you will see death. So if he was to isolate himself in a fortified tower around no one else, then maybe he would delete himself. When something good befalls them, they say, this is from Allah. But when something evil befalls them, they say, this is from you. Say, O Prophet, both have been destined by Allah. So what is the matter with these people? They can hardly comprehend anything. So Allah is saying, good and bad that befalls you, that's from me. That's from me. And what is wrong with these people that they cannot understand good and bad comes from Allah. Good and evil comes from Allah. Right? But then check out the contradiction in 479. This is crazy because they're back-to-back verses and they contradict each other. 479 says, whatever good befalls you is from Allah, and whatever evil befalls you is from yourself. Hold on, Allah. Hold your horses. Allah, you double talking again. You're double talking again. You just told me in 478 that all good and evil come from you. All good and evil come from you. But now in 479, you want to say only good comes from Allah? The evil comes from yourself? Come on, Allah. You gotta do better. You gotta do better than that, man. You gotta do better than that. Now, moving right along. Now, can Muslims really trust Allah? Of course they can't. Of course they can't. Even the early Ummah didn't trust Allah. Even the early Ummah didn't trust Allah. Let me show you. He didn't want me to bring up this Abu Bakr quote. He didn't. And also, y'all know about the adultery. Y'all know about the adultery hadith. Allah fixes the very portion of adultery. Let me show y'all something. This dude, he's talking about, I've been practicing this all my life. I've been knowing this. You gonna tell me? Well, you got to read your sources, my friend. Check this one out. Y'all remember the adultery? Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in. Y'all take this down. Y'all remember that. Allah fixed the very portion of adultery which a man would indulge in and which he of necessity must commit. So by necessity, he must commit this adultery. Now let's see what Abu Bakr says. And here is what Abu Bakr said in regards to Allah causing people to commit adultery. Ibn Umar said, a man came to Abu Bakr and said, do you believe that adultery is from God? He, Abu Bakr, replied, yes. He said, God will make me do it and then punish me? The dude is like, hold on, God is going to make me do adultery and then punish me? He, Abu Bakr, replied, yes, O son of Cana. By Allah, if there was a man with me, I will order him to smash your nose. What? What? Abu Bakr said, hey, you better be lucky I ain't got one of my goons with me, or I get him to smash your nose. No free will, but Muslims believe they under this illusion that they have free will. They cannot trust their Allah. He double talks. He makes people commit adultery. He writes your destiny beforehand. He made a promise to heaven and hell, or to hell, that he will fill it up. that he will fill it up. And so to keep that promise, he's going to fill up heaven and hell because he made a promise to hell. So can Muslims trust Allah? Please let me know. Any Muslims in the chat, you're more than welcome to come up. What's up, Dave?
Assalam, brother.
What's happening, bro? God bless you.
God bless you. You good?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Can you want to address the prompt?
The problem being, can Muslims trust Allah?
Sure.
Personally, I think faith is everything, and yes, there is verses in the Quran that are politically correct, but coming from where I came from, obviously I was on the streets, I got arrested at a young age, it was a terrible life I was living, and then finding Allah through the Quran changed my life personally.
But can you trust him?
Me personally, hand on heart, yes.
So
Because
okay, go ahead.
if I was to put it in a Christian way, in a way Christians will believe, the devil was inside me and I couldn't change that. The only way I could change that is when I found Allah.
No, that's not a Christian belief. Y'all believe that in Islam, y'all believe that y'all walk around with jinn attached to you.
Would that not be in a Christian, in a Christian belief, would that not a jinn be a devil?
No, but the way you tried to make it is that y'all don't have this in your religion. But even Muhammad had Al-Abiyad, the white one, the devil, the jinn attached to him. But he say it doesn't make him do bad things. It obeys him, But y'all all believe in Islam that y'all have devils or jinn attached to y'all.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's not frame this in a Christian way. Just say, yeah, this is what we believe.
But that totally, if it came across like I was framing it a Christian way, I apologize. That was just the way I was putting it. Like,
yeah, I'm just going off what you said. You said that it was a Christian way. It was a Christian belief.
Well, in my personal life, then, yeah, I trust Allah with my soul.
Okay. Are you the only, who do you think you know more than Abu Bakr when it comes to Islam?
No.
Right. Now, this in the book of the companions, the successors of the messenger. This is what Abu Bakr is recorded saying. Although he had such faith, which was too great to suffice all the inhabitants of the earth. So he had faith that's beyond measurable. Like he had faith that's above everyone and all the earth. It says he was afraid that his heart might go astray. So he used to utter while weeping, with that I have been a bitten tree. Whenever he was reminded of his position in Allah's sight, he would say, by Allah, I would not rest assured and feel safe from Allah's punishment, even if one of my feet was in paradise. So he's saying, even if if he was halfway in paradise, he would not feel safe. He left. That's crazy, yo. Bro just bounced. Is this too hard? If anybody want that source, it's in the successors of the messenger. Page 99. Page 99. You can get it in a PDF for free online. Even Abu Bakr didn't know. Even Abu Bakr wasn't didn't feel safe from Allah's trickery. My bad. My dog was tripping. Let's go with it. So everybody has been running. Nobody answer this question. First guy came up, manifested. Second guy, he heard the argument, he dipped. So is there anybody out here that can answer this question?
Is Allah trustworthy? No.
Yeah. So nobody can trust Allah, seems like. Seems like this shouldn't be a hard question to ask, right, Life?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be.
Seems like everybody running away from the question. Everybody's just running away from the question, Life. What's going on, man?
You know, when they realize that just making up stuff about Islam don't work, that's when it come time to get on out of here. I can't make up stuff with this dude, so they're not gonna want to talk to you.
So they can't just
we
believe. They can't use the we believe on us.
Nope. They like to throw them unverifiable theories out. They love them. They love them unverifiable theories, man. I tell you that.
Exactly.
Muslims don't like facts. They like stuff they can distort, twist, and change. It's funny because that's what that Quran talk about, right? That Quran try to talk about people that distort and change and do all this stuff. And that's literally what the Muslims do.
Yep.
Don't the Quran talk about people that take the scriptures in part? Ain't that what the Muslims do?
Everything that the Quran condemned the Christians do for, or the Jews for, that's what the Muslims do.
That's really what the Muslims do. The Quran literally backfires against the Muslims. It's embarrassing.
Yep. I don't feel like this question is too hard, man. I really don't. If you can trust Allah or not, can you trust Allah? Can you trust his revelations? Can you trust the prophet that he chose? Can you trust him? Obviously not. Obviously not. Gabby, I don't think you're a Muslim. Muslims only, y'all. Muslims only. No way we don't even have 5K likes on the stream yet. Y'all go ahead and hit that like button. Tap the screen. Let's get into the algorithm, people, on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, tap the screen as well. And hit the like button.
They said tap the screen on YouTube.
Tap the screen. You can tap the like. Boom. Tap. I ain't say keep tapping. Just tap it. Tap it lightly. 434. A little bit. Just a little bit, y'all. just a little tickle.
You know what I'm saying?
Narrow Path say, I think it's a genius topic. I do too.
Yeah, Muslims hate when it's a topic that make them think, bro. Because they're taught to just be able to just say whatever they want. That's the problem. In Islam, these guys literally make up stuff. They make up theories. they make up a bunch of stuff and they put it in their sources. Just think about it. Yesterday, or I think what was that 2 days ago? Yesterday, we talked to a Muslim where he said Daniel is, where he can find the prophecy of Muhammad. Now, I questioned his theory on Daniel, which is basically stating, before I grant you Daniel, what prompted you to even go to Daniel in the first place? You don't have anything pointing you to Daniel as far as your Quran. You don't know if Daniel is the Injil. You don't know any of that. But yet here you are going to Daniel. And what does this guy tell us? He says, open up this story, this narration from somewhere. I forgot who it was from. And a Muslim literally had a story in there. And it said that Muslims found Daniel's body perfectly preserved. Yeah, bro, I'm surprised you missed it, word. He said they found Daniel's body perfectly preserved somewhere with Daniel's scroll, with his original manuscript scroll on the back of his head, kind of like a pillow.
Man,
so he was. Yeah, so he was laying down somewhere. You know how the pharaohs used to be passed away. They lay on their back with their. Yeah, so he was laying back up somewhere on something, and what was holding his head up was his original scroll.
He was watching the
and
mummy.
They said his. Yeah, and so remember, Daniel passed away about what? 1,300 years before it, during his time.
Islam, I know.
He had been passed away 1,000+ years before these Muslims found him. So they found his body perfectly preserved. And it's funny too. It said except a couple of hairs on the back of his head where he was laying his head on the scroll.
Yeah, that's crazy. If the live is lagging, I am live on YouTube, y'all. Y'all can just hop over to YouTube. TikTok got this glitch or something where it's lagging on everybody's stream. It's not just mine. So click the link in my bio up there. Come on over to YouTube and you won't have the lag. Go ahead.
But also, guess what? To make the story even crazier and to prove that Muslims just make stuff up, I would say this is a miraculous event. One, what happened to Daniel's body? If it was perfectly preserved and it was sitting up somewhere not buried, what happened to the body? He doesn't know. They don't have any answer for that. And they just put the narrative out there that they found it, and I guess it just disappeared out of history, like all Muslim sources. And then two, what happened to the original manuscripts of Daniel? If you guys found the original manuscripts of Daniel with Daniel, why wasn't both of these kept? Why wasn't his body kept, and why weren't the manuscripts kept? You guys are so hell-bent on preservation. Why didn't you preserve this miraculous finding?
Yeah, well, he'll be in a museum somewhere with his scroll.
Like other preserved people that have been found. I mean, look at the guy in China they found. His body was like not even decomposing. I mean, there is decomposition or whatever. I don't know. His body does have that, but it was decomposing really, really slow. And they propped his body up in the museum.
Yeah. That's crazy. Hey,
I guess according to Islam, he's a prophet.
Yeah, he'll prophet. Because according to Islam, the prophet's body don't decay. Allah preserves the prophet's bodies. Let me show you something.
That's what I asked him.
Oh, go ahead.
That's what I asked him. I said, wait a minute. So they found his body perfectly preserved. Nothing was wrong. Nothing at all. He was like, no. He said the earth doesn't consume the body of the prophets. Obviously, I mean, I know the hadith already. I already knew it, but it was funny that he used it. And so I said, give me an example. And he said the example was Muhammad.
Oh, man.
He said Muhammad. I said, okay, why they don't open the casket then? Oh, it's out of disrespect.
So how do they know he's not decomposing?
Because they love using arguments that they can't prove.
Crazy, bro. We got Keno on the.
That's Islam.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got Keno on the panel. What's up, Ken?
Hey, what's up? My bad, guys. I accidentally.
Oh, okay. You're not Muslim? Ken, you're not a Muslim?
No, I'm
Leave
a
it up
Christian.
to
I
an
accidentally
illiterate
joined. I'm heading
prophet
out
to
to work.
rewrite history.
Oh, okay. All right, bro. God bless you. I'll drop you down. Check this out, life. Check this out. Go to Sahih al-Bukhari 1059. Pull it up on your screen on your side.
Sahih Bukhari 1059. Let me see. Sunnah.com.
Now, you know, they say Muhammad made prophecies about the end times, correct?
Yep.
So he should be able to know when the final hour is coming, Judgment Day, right?
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Sahih al-Bukhari 1059 says, narrated by Abu Musa, the sun eclipsed and the prophet got up, being afraid that it might be the hour, the day of judgment. He went to the mosque and offered the prayer with the longest qiyam, bowing in prostration that I had ever seen him doing. So he was nervous. He was bowing and prostrating because he thought the judgment day was coming. Then he said, these signs which Allah sends do not occur because of the life or death of somebody, but Allah makes his worshipers afraid by them. So when you see anything thereof, proceed to remember Allah, invoke him, and ask for his forgiveness. So he thought the eclipse that people for thousands of years have been witnessing, even before Muhammad, was the sign of the day of judgment. But hold on, Muhammad is supposed to know when the day of judgment is coming. He gave prophecies to the people that before the young boy passed away, you know, the sign of the hour will be near. So how on earth did he not know that this was just a regular old sun eclipse? And then he was afraid. But if you're the prophet of Islam and you got these revelations, you should be happy. Why are you afraid? Why are you going to the mosque and praying and bowing and prostration because you thinking it's the end times? Your salvation should be secure. Not from what this hadith says. They attribute all kinds of stuff to this man that's just fairy tales, bro.
Absolutely. I mean, these stories are telltale signs that Islam is false. The easiest way you can debunk Islam is going into the history of Islam. It's all over the place. It's embarrassing. Why would anybody write something as foolishness as these you see in these hadith, man?
We got us a Muslim up. Sadiq, what's happening?
What's happening?
What's going on, man? You good?
Everything's good. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Can you trust Allah?
Yes.
You can?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Let me show you something from your Quran real quick. Can you do you have a Quran on you?
Not on me right now. Go to it and read what you want to read.
Okay, this is Surah Al-Araf, Ayah 99. It says, did they feel secure against Allah's planning? Really, it's deceiving, but I'll let you slide with Allah's planning. None would feel secure from Allah's planning except the losers. Hold on. Why would the believers not feel secure from Allah's planning, which we know is Makr, really means deception? But I'm not going to even argue that point with you because we're going to get bogged down into the Arabic, and I don't even want to. I'll grant you planning. So why would the believers not feel secure against Allah's planning?
Because Allah do as He pleases.
So that means that if He does what He pleases, then that means that He can just take His wrath out on you at any given time, or that you don't know what He has planned for you.
Do you know what you know what His plans for you?
I know my God only plans the best for me. So I wouldn't be afraid.
So if your God, if your God only plans the best, what's all this going on in the world right now?
Let's not get bogged down. Let's not get bogged down. Hold on, Sadiq.
Why is Israel bombing Gaza?
That's a non sequitur. That's something you need to be asking Allah. Because the
no.
Palestinians.
You're the one who had this,
my friend.
You're the one who have this good about God now.
Sadiq.
I'm listening.
What do that have to do with anything about you feeling good or secure about what Allah has planned for you?
I just answered you, bro. God does as He pleases. So if God, okay, take for example, right? For example, if you were slated to die tomorrow and God decided to change it, who can stop Him?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I am.
You don't even know nothing about that.
I don't know nothing about what?
Because your God is all good. No, nothing dies.
Who said that?
Because death to you is something
Whoever said
bad.
that? Who said that?
Death to you is something bad, bro.
Whoever said this? In Christianity, if we're saved, we know that being absent of this body is being present with the Lord. So no, death is not always bad if you're asking Christians. Can people feel, remorse because they lose a loved one? Of course. But we don't look at it like, oh man, he's dead. My loved one died and now he's doing like he's in hell or something like that. We don't look at it like that. We know if you're a Christian and you're standing on truth and you put your faith in Jesus Christ, then you are present with the Lord once you leave this body. So we have a totally different picture of what death is compared to you, because we don't believe that we cease to exist when we leave this body. So
then do Muslim believe that you cease to exist when you leave this body?
I'm asking you, why don't you feel secure about Allah's planning and what He have planned for you? I know my God only have the best plan for me.
That's not what it meant by that.
Okay,
bro.
so
you read the thing,
okay,
right?
let me read 799 again for you, so we can be clear, so we can get clear.
My friend, you cannot
Sadiq,
use.
let me read your Quran, bro. Calm down. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk after I read. Let me read it again so we can be clear. It says, "Did they feel secure against Allah's planning? None, that means nobody, none would feel secure from Allah's planning except the losers." So me, life, we can feel secure about Allah's planning. But you as a believer, you cannot feel secure about Allah's planning.
Who was the verse talking about?
799.
What was the verse talking about?
799.
Who was it? Who was it referring to?
It was talking about a certain people of a city, right?
Yeah.
And
all you gotta do, bro, is take that in context.
Okay, but the context is that this city, right? Or did they feel the secure that our punishment would not come upon them by day while
That's
they were
it,
at
bro.
play?
Some people going on dancing and juggling around and thinking that nothing's going to happen, and then it comes.
Okay, but they're the disbelievers, correct?
It doesn't matter who is in there, bro.
They're disbelievers.
So if they're disbelievers, what?
So they feel secure. They feel secure, right? Because they don't
believe in that.
They don't
That's
know.
why they. That's why they feel secure, because they do not believe about the punishment.
Okay, so we already know if we don't believe, then we're secure about the punishment. We know that then if this is true, Islam is true, I mean, we already know we're going to go to hell according to Allah. But why on
Who's
earth
going to go to
the disbelievers?
who is going to go to hell?
The disbelievers.
Yes,
Okay,
if you're a
so
disbeliever,
that means that we're
how do you
secure.
expect?
Hold
How
on.
do you expect forgiveness if you're a disbeliever?
Okay, so I'm not arguing that point. We're secure about our faith according to Allah. But why on earth would you not feel secure if you're a believer? The believers.
Bro, don't, why are you reading into things that you don't understand? Bro?
I'm just what we do around here, man. We just read. I'm not interpreting it. I'm just reading it, bro. If you,
you
are
have
a
to
believer,
interpret it, bro.
if you are a believer, shouldn't you feel good or be comfortable, secure about what Allah is planning for you? Since you're a believer, you shouldn't have nothing to worry about. But it says that none would feel secure from Allah's planning except the losers. So we can be feeling good and secure about Allah's planning because we already know what he has in store for us. But you, on the other hand, as a believer, then you don't know what Allah has in store for you. So that means that you cannot be secure even though you believe in Allah.
Big man, I pray 5 times a day, right? I don't know what's going to happen. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I do my duties. All right? I don't know what's going to happen to me 5-10 minutes from now. I don't know if when I die, when the angel that approaches me, what's going to happen. I just hope. The Muslim life is between hope and fear. You fear the punishment, but you hope for the mercy. That's how we live.
Okay. Do you believe that Allah should plan evil for you?
Allah does not plan evil, bro. Allah creates evil.
So Allah
and he creates evil. Good. And he tells you to stay away from evil.
Can you show me what
he
Allah
commands
Okay,
you.
Sadiq, hold on. Can you show me? You said Allah creates evil.
Of course. Allah is the creator of everything, bro.
So do you think that an all benevolent God, meaning all loving or a loving God, can create evil?
Love is just an attribute, bro.
I know.
God is not love.
And that's one of his attributes, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So don't make it look like God is this benevolent love.
Okay, so that means that Allah have an evil side to him as well.
That's ridiculous for you to say, bro.
I'm asking you.
I just said, so God creates evil.
Okay.
Everything that is created. Okay, let me ask you this. Everything that is created in your actions, in your speech, in everything you can see, feel, touch, and hear, is it creation or not? God created it.
We don't see. This is the problem. God, from our
no, it's not a problem.
Let me answer you. You asked me a question.
That's what we believe.
Hey, Sadiq,
no, hold on. Let me finish for a minute.
No, you just finished. You asked me a question. Let me finish. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Okay. We believe. Now I'm acting like the Muslims. We believe. No, but we have assurance. Right, that our God is all loving. There's no evil to him. He did not create evil. There's nothing about our God to even endorse evil. He can't create evil because all he know is good, and within his nature,
so where does
all
evil
he
come
is
from?
Good.
Where does evil come from?
From your paradigm or mine? From your
I'm
paradigm,
asking you, where does evil
from your
come
paradigm, from? Allah created evil.
No. Forget about you're not a Muslim, bro. You're a Christian.
Okay.
Where does evil come from?
Evil is just the separation of God. It's not an ontological thing that is created. Evil is just separating from the presence of God. So death is not a
creation also? So death is not a creation?
Death is a byproduct of separation from God. Because
you guys are so lacking in intelligence, bro.
Hey, hold on. You saying it's a lacking in intelligence, but you're not. Yes. You're not refuting. You're not.
Everything is created, bro. Everything you can see.
No.
Everything. Listen to me, bro.
No.
Everything you can see, touch, feel, anything that your senses can detect is created.
So is darkness created?
Of course it is.
No, it's not. Darkness is just the absence of light. You can have things from byproduct. Hold on, Sadiq.
Isn't it a creation,
No,
bro?
it's not. No, it's not. Darkness is just the absence of something. Some
Bro,
things
use
have
your
the
intelligence.
byproduct.
If light
I'm
is
asking
created,
you.
darkness is created
No, it's
too, bro.
not.
So light
Darkness
is created
not
then, right?
created.
So light is created.
Light
then, right?
is created, and if you don't have the light, you
darkness
have
is not
darkness.
created.
Some
Do you
things,
really
Sadiq,
sit and hear yourself, bro?
Sadiq, listen.
No. Do you hear yourself?
Do you hear yourself?
Of course I hear myself. If light is created, the opposite is created also.
No, that doesn't logically follow. That doesn't logically follow, bro.
Of course. Just like
That doesn't
just like
logically
you have
follow.
you have a temporary life. Do you have a temporary life, right, bro? You have a temporary life, right, bro?
He get more and more high pitched.
Bro, you have a temporary life, right?
Yes, we all have a temporary life, but what do that have to do with being something's being created
That means
or not?
that means the opposite exists at permanent life.
So when you so you saying that Allah created darkness as well?
Who created it then, bro? If it isn't God.
Bro,
Is there another creator?
I gotta mute up, bro.
You laughing, but you sound more silly than you sound silly. You're laughing, bro, because you sound unintelligent.
oh my goodness.
If light is created, right? If life is created, death is created. If seeing is created, unseeing is created also, bro. Everything in its opposite. God said He creates everything and its opposite.
So you don't think that some things just is a byproduct
Bro,
of
you
some
worship a
things?
man, bro.
Oh,
Bro,
come
the
on,
guy,
man.
the stupid looking guy in this thing that's laughing. You worshiping a man that shits. Why you laughing?
There you go, y'all. He manifested
on,
now,
man.
man. He manifested.
Nah, come on, Sadiq, hold it. Come on, contain yourself, man.
No, man, you need to contain yourself because you're laughing you're laughing at your foolishness.
Yo, cause you funny, bro. You funny. I ain't gonna lie, you funny. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just the way your mannerisms are funny. That's it. I'm not making fun of you,
Bro,
man.
I don't like men, bro. I don't like men. You might
Did
be
nobody
funny. You might be funny in your little game.
nobody
Don't mix
said-
me up with your
no-
funny thing.
Nobody said
don't
you
like
like
men.
men. Nobody said you like men, bro.
What did
Cut that out, bro.
Sadiq, what is wrong with you, bro?
His ego struck because we
It ain't
laughing at the
about
way he
ego,
talk.
bro. If light is created, how come darkness is not created?
Because some things
Do
is
you
just
hear yourself?
absent of something. Some things are just a byproduct of something else.
Everything has an opposite, bro. So if one is created, the other has to be created also. Come on. Where's
Sadiq,
your intelligence?
Sadiq.
You left it. What? You left it on the cross?
Oh, come on, man. See? There you go. Watch your dreadlocks, boom on the clock, Rastafari and big up.
Bomba clock.
Watch
boy.
your dreadlocks. Come on, man. What's up, man? What's up, peace?
But I
Salam
just started running this argument with Muslims like this morning, bro.
Oh, for
It's
real?
crazy that you. I promise you, I was working on it on the weekend and I started testing it this morning.
Get out
Yeah,
of
it's
here.
crazy
bro.
that you're bringing it up. I promise, bro. Great minds think alike.
Hey, and this is my first time running it too. This is my first
This
time.
morning I started running it, and yeah, I mean, if Allah creates evil, how can He be all good, right?
Exactly. That means inherently it had to come from within himself. It's part of his nature.
It's within His will.
Yeah.
It's within His will. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Allah evil, man. Allah evil.
Life, you want to talk to Tureg?
No, I sound like a little kid.
Nah, that was Peace that said that.
That was me.
Oh.
I'm a little ass kid. I sound like a little ass kid.
I thought that was
What
Tariq, man. What's up, Tariq?
what's wrong with someone sounding like a little kid?
Because the kids are not
Well,
supposed to be
yeah,
on the
usually,
panel.
right, exactly. I'm
But
an adult,
there are
bro. You
there are
gotta have consent. You gotta have consent to talk to me, bro.
no,
If you're a
but
little kid, you gotta have consent.
but if you're in your 40s or 50s, I'm still a kid. If I'm 18, even though I have
Bro,
consent.
what are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm trying to say that you will see me as a kid, like especially like when someone is 18
Big brother study. I
and
couldn't
use
help it,
this up.
man. I
Really
couldn't help
arguing
it.
All
over
right,
this?
bro. I don't think it's that deep,
I
bro. I don't know
could
what
not
you
help
getting
it, man.
philosophical,
I swear.
bro.
Like it's
About what a
very
kid
simple.
is, man. It's okay, man.
It
Look.
doesn't necessarily have to be age or age-wise or something like that.
All
We're
right,
talking
bro.
about
You right.
understanding.
Bro,
You
it's
right.
just TikTok rules, man.
You
What
right,
makes
bro. Don't
No,
worry
I
about it,
know.
man.
I
You right.
understand that. I just wanted to say that
Yeah, we
because
wasn't talking about figure of speech, bro. I'm talking about a literal kid. I'm not talking to no literal underage kid on TikTok.
well, then I think peace is so the voice. I don't think this is a kid's voice though.
Don't
But by
worry
the
about
way,
the kid, man. Go to
I
the
would,
This
yeah,
is
bro,
yeah,
crazy.
bro. What are you
yeah.
doing?
Why is he so focused
I
on
don't
this, huh?
know,
Right.
bro.
What?
We ain't
Is
even talking
everybody
about child
okay?
marriage yet.
Are
We
we
ain't
good?
even talking
Right.
about child
Sorry,
marriage.
go get a bottle of water, bro. Like,
Right.
relax.
And we
Damn.
already established that it wasn't you that spoke. Look at that.
What is going on, man?
That's my whole mood right now to him though. Like what are we talking about, bro? What are we even doing, bro? He trying to defend himself. I could be figuratively a kid. Like, bro, what?
Already before an argument even start, he's already
He
setting
did.
it up.
Right. It's
Now,
making up stuff,
do you
man.
want to
What's
talk
going
about
on?
the topic or talk to Life? Life want to talk to you about something, bro. Tariq? We know.
Yo, my picture got me cracking up.
That's a crazy picture, bro. Tariq, are you here?
Tariq, man, you ready
Yeah,
or what,
yeah.
man?
No, I'm.
You know you need to put that
ready.
hadith up, Life, or you got it?
What?
No, I mean, no, not really. We could probably just go straight off the dome. Tariq, you're a Muslim, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, cool. So I would like to question the trustworthiness of what you guys have been taught. So you're familiar with the Injil and your Quran, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how do you identify that?
The Injil in my Quran.
Mm-hmm. Like outside, like when you go outside of the Quran, how do you identify it?
I don't know about that, but I only know that from the Quran.
Okay. So you only know what the Injil is from the Quran. Cool. So
Yeah.
then when Christians ask you guys, and I know it's going to sound like the same regular argument, but it's not. When Christians ask you, how do you find Muhammad in the Injil? What do? Where do you go?
You need to start with the Injil and you come to the Quran.
Okay, so we need to start with the Injil and then come to the Quran. Okay, how
Yeah.
can we start with the Injil how would you start with the Injil and then come to the Quran?
Okay. I understand that Allah said if the Prophet has any in the Quran, he said if the Prophet has any misunderstanding or doesn't understand anything, he should ask the people who came before him.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that the people who came before him is Isa, which is Jesus. All right.
Okay, so how
Yeah.
would you go to the Injil and then go to the Quran? So you said ask the people who read the scriptures before you. That's good. So the
Yeah.
people who read the scriptures before you would present what book to you?
The Injil. Like we start from the
Which
Torah.
is
We start the Torah and Injil.
Okay. And what is the Injil? What would that be?
The Bible.
Okay. No, but specifically, not just the whole Bible. What is it? Or do you think the Injil is the whole entire Bible?
No, I don't really believe in all the Injil, because some of the Christians themselves
Well,
say that.
you haven't really told me what the Injil is to dissect what you do and do not believe
Okay, so
in
the
it.
Injil, it was the book given to Isa, Jesus.
We know that already. We're outside of your Quran now trying to find it. You know how you mentioned the Torah, right? Right. So I'm asking you the Injil. What is that? Is it
When
just
I said
Injil or is it something else?
it is the word of God which was given to prophet. I believe that Jesus is a prophet, so I believe that the Injil was given to Isa, and
So let me help
and
you. Let me help you out. Maybe you're not understanding. I want to read this Injil. Where do I go?
yeah, yeah. As I said earlier, you go to the people who came before you. So who was the Injil given to? Jesus. That's
Okay,
how.
okay, okay. So if I wanna read the Injil, I need to go ask the people who read the scriptures before.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Okay.
say. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So then now let me help you out then. If I do that, then they're gonna tell me that the Injil is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah. Those are the
Okay.
people.
All right, cool. So where is Muhammad mentioned in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
I don't have enough knowledge about the Bible, but then I cannot say specifically where there is Muhammad mentioned in the Bible, but there are people who have knowledge who can do that.
Okay. So you don't know how to justify chapter 7. That's fine. So we can do something else. So when you go to the people of the scriptures, who you go to the people of the book who read the scriptures before, they would read in that book a completely different theology than Muhammad taught. So if you want to know what the Injil is that your Quran is talking about, you yourself just said you would go to the people who read the scriptures before you. If I
Yeah.
go to the people who read the scriptures before me, the scriptures that they would present to me would be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which would show me that Jesus was crucified for our salvation, and through him we can receive salvation through believing in the work that he did on the cross. Now, this theology doesn't match with Islam. So that would mean that Islam is false, right?
I don't think so, because when you follow the books too, there was another book before Jesus, and if those who came at the time of Jesus did not follow that book before them, it doesn't mean that they don't have any belief in them. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, or they didn't understand what happened before them. That's how I understand this, because there was Torah. Moses came before Jesus, right?
Yes, but you can't say that they maybe misunderstood. Maybe doesn't work here because you said the way that you find the scriptures your Quran is speaking of is if you go to the Injil. The way that you know to find the Injil is to ask other people, not your Quran. Your God doesn't
Yeah.
tell you what the Injil is. Muhammad doesn't tell you what the Injil is, and now you're stuck to go outside of the Quran to try to find out what the Injil is.
Yeah.
They will tell you it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But if you
Yeah.
go into Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, your religion is false. That's the point. So what would you say about that?
That is just what I said. I will talk to the people who came before Muhammad, which are the people who followed Jesus. You mentioned their names, and I'm saying that there is another book that came before the Injil. But Matthew, Mark, and John, and whoever you mentioned, they really never talked about that book too. If this is a chain that we are all supposed to follow, why didn't they talk about the Torah?
They did talk about the prior scriptures. The
Yeah,
problem is that whether they spoke about the previous scriptures or not,
yeah,
you said you'd go to them to know what the Injil is. Now you're telling them what they have to know in order to tell you what the Injil is. So do you believe what they're telling you is the Injil or not? Because now you're kind of going away from it.
No, I'm not going away from it. And the way I understand this, I was taught, and we've understood in Islam that the Injil itself that came to the people that we were asked to go to isn't the same Injil that today Christians have. Some of them, the Christians themselves accept that. Because
Okay.
just 2 days ago, I was on a platform, and two Christians, one was a Roman and the other was a Trinitarian. So they were telling the Romans, whom have the larger part when it comes to Christianity, who are the foundation of Christianity, because Romans had the lion's share of, they have the lion's share when it comes to Christianity. I if I'm wrong, you might correct me on that.
Are you
But
talking about
this
Catholics?
other,
Turek, are you talking
yeah,
about
the
Catholics?
yeah, they're Catholics. Yeah, the
Catholics
Catholics.
are
Yeah.
Trinitarian, bro.
Oh, okay. So then I don't know. Okay, maybe those Christians didn't know, because this was the first time I heard a Trinitarian was telling a Roman that you don't believe in Trinity and
Right,
they
but
are
what this
worshiping
got to
But
idols.
what do this got to do with life's
that's something
question?
else. Right.
No, like
You
I
went,
was
I tried to
getting,
let you
hold
finish
on,
because
I
I
was
didn't want to
getting,
cut you
yeah,
off,
yeah,
but you're
he
going into a
interrupt,
different
yeah.
story.
No, he interrupted. I
I
was
said I
trying
tried to
to.
let you finish. No, I said I
Oh,
tried to
okay,
let you finish,
okay. Sorry, I didn't hear
but
the
you're
I.
going into something else. So you kind of need to be stopped now. Let's go back to the point before you start
Yeah,
mentioning
yeah.
Romans and Trinitarians. Here, listen. So you just admitted, right, that you believe some of the Injil that your Quran talks about is in what we have today.
We
Is that what you were
believe.
trying to?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Right, because we hear that all the time. Thank you. All right, cool. That's the position that I'm critiquing. Now, how would you define what is and what isn't the Injil in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? How are you doing that? How are you dissecting what is truth and what is not?
All right. So how I how I will identify this is simple. Um, how is this book? How was it gathered, and who were the people who gathered this book? Were they trustworthy? Were they people who are to be trusted
I'm not
to
asking that
gather or
question.
connect?
I'm not asking you about overall, right? The
Okay.
passing down of the book in the scriptures. I'm asking you
You
specifically,
asked
right?
me how. Okay. Let me hear
Yeah.
that again.
Who did your
So
Quran say?
if you're gonna if you're gonna if you're gonna tell
No, but
me
brother,
if
like
wait
you need
hold
to
on wait
understand me.
wait
You
wait
asked me
if
and
you're
I
gonna
gave you.
tell me hold on, you gotta listen, bro. If you're gonna tell me that some of the Injil or the Injil that the Quran speaks of is still found in what we have today, I would like for you to pinpoint how it is that you're coming to this conclusion. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
I understand that. And I gave you, that's the reason why I said honestly, I cannot really base on some fact that this and this is what I see. That's why I'm saying this. But the only thing I can bring up is because the Quran said this. The Quran said that we
There
should
it is.
go to
Perfect.
that book.
Perfect. That's
That's
what
the
we
only.
that's what we want to do. Thank you. So you're coming to a position where you forced to now go to a specific book where you can only believe what aligns with what your Quran says. The problem is that you've thrown out that position before you even came to that conclusion already. You know why? Because you yourself do not get the information for why you even came to this book in the first place. Where does your Quran ever say that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is the Injil?
It never said that.
Thank you. So you're not using your Quran to figure out what's true and what's false when it comes down to the books that are in the Injil, right?
I will not say that.
I know, because that's literally what you're not doing it because you're not able to do it. Your book doesn't even
No,
tell
the
you
reason why I'm
what to
not
go
doing
to.
this is because I made it clear to you that honestly, I've not delved deeper into what we are
No,
talking
no, the
about right
reason,
now.
no, no. Well, I'll tell you this. You're right. The reason why you're not doing it is because you can't. Your Quran doesn't tell you the Injil is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What it tells you is just that there's an Injil that exists at a specific point in time. You yourself, throughout the whole entire my Quran says so, and it's true because my Quran says so, you threw that whole narrative out the park until you found a book that people tell you is the Injil, and then you bring your Quranic narrative back in. Okay, now that you guys are saying this is the Injil, I'm just going to blindly believe that what you told me is the Injil, and then I'm going to bring my Quranic narrative back into play. So you're wishy-washy on your position. You don't really want your Quran to be the truth over these previous scriptures. You want these previous scriptures to be the truth to confirm your Quran. And so you're using a bias in order to even establish this point in the first place. This is the problem with Islamic theology. It's whatever someone presents to you, you're just going to take it and you're going to apply your own standards whenever you see fit. Notice how you never used this standard when you said, yeah, the Quran is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. How do you know that? Because somebody else told you it was. What if they told you the Injil was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? You never pushed back on that. You just said because the people of the book said it. Fine. I can go get a Christian right now to come tell you the Injil is the Gospel of Thomas, the infancy Gospel of Peter, the Gospel of Ebionites, and the Gospel of Mary. And what would you tell me? Would you be able to tell me that that's not the Injil, or would you go into those books and go whatever matches with the Quran is good and whatever doesn't is not? What would you do?
I will go on my way. I will use my way. You are right. I will use the way I will understand it.
Exactly. Thank you. So it's not whatever my Quran says is true. It's not that. That's not what you're doing. You're trying to
So,
establish that
but
your
before
Quran
you
is
go
true
forward,
using.
can I?
Hold on. Let me say
I want
this.
to ask you a question. I don't want to forget
What we've
this.
established.
It's
Yeah,
about
I
this.
got you. But what we've established here is that Muslims are actually not using this
No
whatever my
Muslims.
Quran
Hold
says
on.
is true narrative.
I am. Hold on. I
Why
want
are
to.
you cutting me
I
off?
want
Why
to
are you
say
cutting
that.
me off
No,
now?
I have a reason. Don't base every Muslim on this. There are Muslims who will be able to tell you something about this. I made this clear to you that honestly, I've not delved deeper into this. There are
But you've
most.
given the correct answers.
No, but I gave you what I know for this moment that you are asking me.
Which are
Okay,
the
let me.
only things Muslims
Can
ever?
you be honest with me?
Which are the other things Muslims ever say? I mean, I'll
And
say
that's
one of
why
the
I'm saying that there
I'll
are
say one
people
of
who
the
will say
best. I'll tell you
others.
this. I'll say one of the best things that you did today was not actually try to find Muhammad in the previous scriptures, because that would have took you in that it would have been way worse for you. The problem is that I'm showing you that Muslims have this faulty position even identifying the previous scriptures, because you're not using the trustworthiness of Islam. You're just trusting what other people tell you the Injil is. And then you go in and apply that standard. What if the people of the book told you that the Gospel of
Appreciate
Thomas was
that,
the Injil?
Joe.
What would you as a
Appreciate the
Muslim
stuff.
do to say no it is or no it's not? What would you do? Would you even be able to do that?
I will not be able to do that. So hold on. So I understand what you're
Why
trying to
wouldn't?
say.
Appreciate the
Okay,
super chat.
but answer this and I'll let you go. So thank you for
Okay.
answering honestly. Now,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you be able to tell me the Gospel of Thomas is not the Injil?
Because I'm going by my way, the way I understand it.
No, can I say something? I'm a Muslim. Assalamu
Wait,
alaikum.
hold on, real quick,
Nah, you
President. We'll
hold
get to
on,
you in a minute.
President.
Tariq, now I want you to think about this, because this is literally just a thought experiment question. This isn't granting Muslims anything in this conversation. Why do you think you're only able to go with the position that you're taught? Why do you think in this conversation you were not even able to go anywhere with me in regards to finding this Injil? Why do you think you're stuck
Yeah,
the way you're
that's
stuck
why.
now?
That's why. Like the only reason why I cannot go forward with you on this is because I've not delved deeper into this conversation that we are having. I really never had a click on that. That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
say, honestly.
Okay. Okay.
Honestly.
Now, how about this?
Appreciate the super
What
chat,
would you
Teddies.
think you would need to say more in order to establish how you'd be able to answer this question?
I will learn about it. That's the best thing I would do. I will listen from the people who came before me.
Okay.
I will listen to them. But listen, before I listen
listening to the people who came before you got you in this position. You said it earlier. This is why we're here now, because you said you got to go to the people who came before you. This is why we're here.
Yeah, but I will love to know from a very honest Christian.
So I'm not honest. I already told you what
No,
the people in the book would say.
life.
The Quran,
Life, hold on.
hey, life. The Quran told you to do that.
Theologically, right?
Right.
In the Bible, right? You cannot tell me that there is never been any links connecting the Bible to Prophet Muhammad. Can anybody, can any Christian, so
what?
Say no, I want to know.
Hold on.
Where is he even going?
I want to learn.
Tarek, hold on. Listen.
Now you're going somewhere else.
Listen.
No. I'm saying that I'm ready to learn about this.
Hey.
And
Tarek,
where he's trying to go right now,
hold
not
on.
going to end good either.
Hold on, Tarek. This is the problem. You don't know where to go unless the Christians tell you where to go. The Christians are telling you this is the Injil.
But not any Christian. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. The Quran
I need a
just mentions
faithful
it.
one.
Tarek, listen, so you won't.
Oh, you need a faithful Christian.
But the Quran just
No,
says,
I need a truthful
the Quran
Christian
says
because
go back to them.
Okay.
But
There are histories.
on.
There are histories of the people who.
Tarek, you
He
gotta
manifesting
listen, bro.
now.
You know you manifesting. You gotta listen, bro.
No, I want to listen. I'm trying to say that I want to learn.
You listen more with your ears, not your mouth.
But you are not allowing me to ask you any question
No,
because
because-
you
But
are trying
Tariq, you've already established how you're slightly ignorant on the topic. So just let us dissect this for you, bro.
Okay,
You
but
need
before
help.
you go on, what I'm trying to say that before you go on, I need you to be honest on the point that we are talking about right now.
I was honest this whole time. I'm accepting the fact that you're ignorant of the position. We only stopped the conversation because of you. What do you mean? Be honest. We're
Okay.
here stuck. We're here stuck trying to establish how we understand you're ignorant of the position, and we're trying to teach you what's going on, and then you want to argue about how ignorant you are. Like, just learn, bro. At this point.
Okay, and I'm saying that if I am to learn, I need the honesty from you and from the book that we have right now. You have a book that you want to show me. I'm coming to you for reference because my book said that I should go to these people, right? So if there is any wrong or there is anything that's not okay in this book, are you going to tell me that this is not wrong, or you feel like the book is a whole truth? That's what I'm trying to say, because I've met Christians who are arguing with each other about their book. Then how will I trust these people? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
That's a bad argument. Shias and Sunnis argue about the Quran all the time.
But
listen,
but there is no one after Islam. There is no religion.
That's irrelevant about that. That's actually
did
not
any
true.
book told anybody to come to Islam?
That's actually, in reality, that's actually not true. But
Okay.
arguing about a religion, two people that read the same book arguing about the book, you do not make the book problematic. You would have a problem in Islam if that's the case. So listen, let's go to the point. You say you need an honest Christian. Everything I told you was the truth, bro. And the reason why I know it's the truth is because I allowed you to answer. I didn't give you the answers. Maybe somewhat, but when you agreed to them, they became your answers. This is how you respond. This is what you believe. So let's like what do you need to know now from an honest person? Or like what do you need to know? You keep saying I need an honest Christian. You need an honest
All right,
Christian to
all
tell you
right.
what.
Now that you ask me what I want to know, right, about this, like you are the people that we are told to come to ask about something, right? So then I want to know where was Christ, right? Jesus, like where was he when he was young? I want to know whatever the foundation was before he accepted whatever was given to him. And if Christ is God, is he the God that is in heaven, or he's just like there is this thing I have with the Trinity. It's always
Okay,
confused
You
me.
those
gotta,
are four different.
yeah.
Okay, those are like four different topics, bro. Listen,
Yeah, like
let me ask you this:
yeah, yeah,
is the
yeah.
wall of Islam broken? Are you looking to learn Christianity now because you realize Islam is false, or is this? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm ignorant of what you're talking about, but now let me go. Throw my theories out about Christianity. Do you understand how Islam is the problem right now? Islam is the reason why you're confused. Do you
No,
understand
no,
that?
no, no, no. It's I've already accepted Islam, right? So I will see Islam as a problem when I accept Christianity. That's if you are giving me
Huh?
honesty.
How is that even possible? You need to see Islam as a problem first before you accept Christianity, or else you're going to look at everything through an
I'm
Islamic
very
lens.
open-minded with this conversation. That's why I'm giving you straightforward answers,
Okay,
which led us to this place.
okay. So be honest. Admit it. Not knowing what your book is referring to, having to go to people that refer you to a book that contradicts Islam is problematic.
For now, yes. For
Thank you.
now,
At least, all
yeah. For
right.
now,
I mean,
yes.
at least you're honest. For now, it's
Yeah,
problematic.
yeah,
And I'll let
yeah.
you
For
know
now,
this: you'll never be
yeah.
able to reconcile this issue if you're honest in understanding
No,
that
I'm
yes, this
seriously.
is a problem.
No, listen,
No,
I'm seriously.
I hear you. No, I hear you. You don't got to justify it. I heard you, bro. It's good. But now I'm asking you because you keep saying I need an honest Christian. I need to. Okay, cool. If you're honest about what you just said right now, yes, right as of right now, it's problematic. Just keep this in your head. You will never be able to justify this issue without other people telling you what to go to. Your prophet never told you what to go to. Your God never told you what to go to. So in order to understand what in the world your book is talking about, you have to put your trust in other people other than Allah, and then turn around and bring Allah in to cover up the issues. That is the problematic part about your religion. You can't trust
Okay,
Islam.
okay. Before we go on, right? This is the only time, right? I'm talking about this because I've not delved into. It's never touched my mind like this about this conversation. But almost every part of Quran, a lot of the Quran, I do understand, and I do not have problems with. But this one, because I have a very little knowledge on this. When we started talking, I told you that this I have I have little knowledge on this, and I've not gone
Okay.
into it. Like I've not
Okay,
delved
but you
into it.
admitted. Okay, that's fine. But you admitted it's problematic. So I want you to think about this, bro. I want you to
What's
think about
problematic?
this. I want you to think
Life,
about this instead of getting. Hold on. I want you to.
life.
Tariq. Yeah, I got you. Hold on. Give me a second. Tariq, I want you to think about this, bro, before you clog your brain with other stuff. So I want you to follow me, follow word, and I want you to go think about this, bro, because what Muslims like to do is they like to hear the issues and then they like to overclog their brains with like what you just tried to do, four different topics about Christianity that were seemingly problematic. Eventually, you're not even going to remember the initial problem you left off with. So what you need to do is go do research on the conversation we had and realize why you can't even establish what it is that your book is talking about without putting trust into other people and then turning around and denying everything that they say right after. You got to think about that yourself,
It don't
Tariq,
make sense.
Nah, I'm good,
before we move
Marcos.
on.
I'm
I don't want you to
good.
forget this point.
Appreciate
So
the
follow me, follow Word, go do your research. We'll be live for the next couple of hours. If you want to come back later and we can talk about it, then we can go ahead and do that. But I think you, in the position you're in right now, you need to go do your studies on what I just talked about. Because if you are willing to be honest and say that, most Muslims will never say what you said. So if you're willing to say what you just said, go do the research and just remember what I told you. You'll never reconcile the issue as long as you keep the same position that you just said to yourself right now. It's problematic.
All
What are
right.
you
What
talking
if
about?
I really hold on? I would really love to have someone who has the knowledge about this same topic, and I'll be in the comment, and you two discuss about it. That would be the best for me to understand.
Sure, that's fine. I mean, the
All right.
conversation isn't going to stop when you leave. So yeah, that's cool. If you want to listen to
Yeah.
somebody else,
About
that's
this.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
So
still do your own research though. Don't hear another
Life,
yeah, I
let's
Muslim
will
go.
brother
do
come
that
up saying,
seriously.
yeah,
I will
Life,
do
yeah,
that seriously.
let's go. Me and you.
relax.
sure.
What he said,
What's
let's
the
go, me and you. Like, what do you want to
He
talk
said, "Let's
about?
go."
Like, what is you trying to talk
He,
about,
he
bro?
wants he wants
He mad. His Muslim brother got
Just
good
got that
shubha. So
Shubahide.
he trying to figure it out, man. He trying to fix that in the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful, man.
So what are you trying to talk
All
about?
right.
Relax.
He
what's the
wants
topic?
to run through my argument that got Tariq in this position.
Oh, okay.
He said, I think he said this is the thing with you. Most of you Muslims is that they don't want to admit something like that. He said something like that. They don't want to admit
Well,
the
yeah,
truth or
I
whatever like
took
that.
him through. Yeah, well, yeah, I took him through a position, and he ultimately ended up stuck. But then he realized that what I said is problematic, and
What's problematic?
it's problematic to Islam if he couldn't address the point. So I'm not going to tell you the argument. I'm going to run through the argument with you from the beginning.
No. Just new argument. Me and you. Let's go. Let's
This,
see if
I
there's
know.
anything
That's what I
problematic.
just said. That's what I just said. I'm going to run it to you from the beginning.
No. It's too long though. It's gonna be too long.
How you know?
Okay, what is it? What is going on?
Do
New
you
new
want
topic.
to
You,
hear the
you
topic
come
or
up,
not?
right? He
Huh?
come up, me and you, me and
Life,
you, me and
life.
you.
He
And
already
then,
got
no,
Shubahide, and you
don't
ain't
do
even
that.
start talking to him yet. He got Shubahide just seeing
Okay,
Right.
Tariq
go
get
start the
Shubahide.
start what you were gonna say.
You got
All right, bro.
Shubahide.
Okay, cool. All right, so your Quran mentions an Injil, correct?
Yeah. What one Injil?
Your Quran mentions a Injil, correct?
Yeah, mentions Injil, yeah.
All right, cool. Now, how would a Muslim like you identify that?
I don't know. It just mentions whatever was revealed to, like, not mentions what's inside the revelation, but like
Deja
what was
vu.
revealed to
Deja vu,
Moses
really.
and Jesus.
You sound just like Tariq when he first
Straight
came
up,
up.
deja vu all over
You
again.
It
trying to
just
help?
talks about the revelation
You trying to
to
help him,
Jesus.
giving him the same answers, man? You gonna make it worse. Okay, so you say you don't know how to identify it. All right, cool. So if I were to go, let's just say
It's
you're on
corrupted
an
though.
island. You see, Tariq, pay attention. I don't need you to unmute. Just pay attention to what's finna happen here. So listen, relax. When you let's say I put you on an island, you're by yourself, and it's only you, and you find a book, this Quran. And you read that this Quran mentions that you could find Muhammad in the Torah, you could find Muhammad in the Injil. You get off the island and you want to know what that Injil is. Where would you go?
To the scholars of Christianity.
Thank you. So you go to the scholars of Christianity, right? Because you could not get this information from the Quran or Muhammad, right?
No, I got it from. What do you mean? What's the point of the
Does your
Quran? No, hold on.
Quran or
Hold on.
Muhammad identify what the Injil is
It
outside
just
of
talks
itself?
about what was revealed to Jesus at the time. Simple.
It just simply talks about in Injil, and it talks about things Jesus said and did, correct?
Not just that. No, whatever was revealed to Jesus from Allah to Jesus.
All right.
Maybe.
So when you go outside and you want to find this book obviously you would
No,
not know how to find
to
that
be
book
honest,
just by
you
reading the
wouldn't.
Quran, right?
You wouldn't like put me in that island. Only Allah can. So there's
Are
no
you
point
are
of.
you okay?
What is he
Yeah, I'm
talking
okay.
about, bro?
You're the one that you can't put me on that island though.
Do you
You're
know
just
what
creating
do
scenarios.
you know what a hypothetical is?
Yeah. I understand.
All right, so relax, man. Nobody putting you on no island, bro. So listen, you get off the island. You said in order to find this Injil, you'd go to a scholar. Thank
Yeah,
you. A Christian scholar would tell you that that book is what?
the Bible. I don't know what he was telling me because he's a scholar. I don't know.
Specifically the Injil in regards to Jesus. A Christian scholar would tell you that it's what?
Are you a Christian scholar?
Pay
You're
attention,
answering for me.
Tariq. You see this, Tariq?
No, you're
You
answering
see what I'm
him.
saying?
You're answering the scholars for me. You're answering him the
Honestly,
scholars.
Tariq did better than you, bro.
Yeah.
Because he's
No,
honest. Tariq
but
did better than you,
who are
bro.
you to mark and decide things?
Nobody mocking,
Who's mocking?
bro.
I'm asking you a
You.
simple question
This is not an
about
example.
what you're. I'm
This
asking
is
you a
not.
simple question about how you can identify revelation that's mentioned in your Quran that
But
existed outside of your Quran hundreds of years before
can you
Muhammad
prove
was
to me
born.
it's not corrupted? Can you prove to me it's the same?
That's irrelevant right now, bro.
What is
So why would I
corrupted?
follow something that's corrupted? I'm not
Relax.
following something
What
that's
is?
corrupted.
Hold on. Relax, 10.
That's why the
What
point
is?
of Quran. That's the point
Relax,
of
10.
Quran.
Relax, 10.
God sent.
Relax, 10.
Relax.
If you're trying to
Relax.
help Tariq, if you're trying to help Tariq, you're making it worse.
I'm not helping Tariq.
You just
You just
said
said
you,
he
this is what you
Oh,
came up
man.
here for.
These people, man. What is wrong with you? Are y'all okay?
Watch your head.
You okay?
Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine I'm a Christian and I'm on stage with a Muslim and I sit on stage and go on mute after I tell him, man, you know what? That's a good point. This is problematic for Christianity. And they bring up, let's say, God logic, and he do that.
I ain't trying to help life.
You think I'ma think, yeah, that was a strong point right there. Yeah, I think he answered you.
He said, "Come on, man. Ain't no way."
Ain't no way, man.
Please, the word, please. Can you bring up the other guy? I think he's a Muslim. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
got you.
think
Yes.
this other guy didn't say
Believe me,
anything.
he ain't gonna help you either. He is not gonna help you.
How
dog.
my
This guy.
I love Tariq. Hey, I love Tariq for that. He
how
even
you guys
honest.
doing?
He even honest. Hold on, President. He even honest with what he heard from the other Muslim brother. He didn't even Tariq didn't unmute his mic. Pay attention, guys.
Nothing on here is
No, I
making
know.
me like. Yeah, I understand, but this guy said the same thing. I was like, it was the same thing we was talking about,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
You and I,
Tariq.
so
That's the point,
I want
Tariq.
to
That's
see
why I said
something.
you,
Yeah.
Tariq. That's why I said you told the truth. You didn't do nothing wrong. You did
Okay.
good.
All right.
Tariq Noose not black yet. That's why. He got some light in him. He got a
Yeah.
little light left.
He got a little noose. His
That's-
noose not all the way darkened yet.
His noose got a little light left. You know,
Yeah.
that's good.
But the thing is, Tariq, do you remember when Life said this is going to be a problem no matter who you talk to?
That's a lie. It's not a problem at all.
Is that the truth?
That's the truth.
It's just
true.
like Jesus, the word of God. Does he have two natures in
Mr.
heaven?
President, don't start coming up here trying to make your own topic and talk about something that we're not
No,
talking about.
I'll answer your topic.
That's a red flag right there when they try to change the topic.
Yeah.
And I don't need to change the topic. Let's talk about it. Where you misunderstand about the verse.
Well,
About,
we're not really. Well, I mean, we're not really dissecting just one specific verse. We're dissecting how is it that you're able to identify what it is that your Quran is speaking of that existed hundreds of years before Muhammad was born. So I'm going to give you the example again that I gave the other brother. We put
Yes.
you on an island. It's just you and it's the Quran. This is the first time you've ever read the Quran. You have nobody else to give you any information. You get off that island, and you remember, man, Allah said that He revealed a Torah and an Injil. I wanna go read this Torah and this Injil. Where would you go to find this information of where these books are?
If you you will go and read the Torah and the Injil that's you would go and study the Torah and the Injil that Allah talk about.
How are you able to study the Torah and the Injil when you don't even know where to go to find it?
You begging the question right now, man.
You would know how to find it because
yeah. So tell us how you would know how to find it.
You will go to the Jews and ask them what they believe in and read their scripture, understand their scripture, and you will go to the Christian and then read their scripture and understand what they're saying. But you see what you misunderstand.
Hold on.
No. Let me say something.
See, you guys like to try to add extra stuff to it to save yourself.
It's not to save myself.
It is to save yourself. Hold on. It is to save yourself. Listen to what you're saying. You said go to the Jews, go to the Christians. That is a good point because your Quran doesn't detail you how to find the book, right? You just admitted it, right? You wouldn't really know how to go find a book, so you got to go outside of the Quran to go ask other people you got to go ask other people. You got to go ask Jews and Christians just to find these books, right?
You'd have to ask. Well, you'd have to ask the Jews regarding the scriptures of the Old Testament, and you'd have to ask the Christian regarding their scriptures of
because this information is not found in the Quran, right?
No, not because the information is not found in the Quran. It's because
then why can't you use the Quran to find the books?
Because what Allah is saying in the Quran. So let me explain to you. This way you need to understand. What Allah is saying to the Quran is that He has revealed to prophets prior to Muhammad, and He said if you don't believe me, you go, because we as Muslim, Allah already told us in the Quran that the Christians believe in more than one God.
You're saying a whole bunch of nothing right now, Mr. President.
Guys, bro, come on, man.
No, you gotta read things in context. When you read stuff, don't you use context?
You're adding in irrelevant stuff.
We're
just
it's not
trying
relevant.
to find out your method. Listen, this conversation is not about Jesus being God. This conversation is about This conversation is about Muslims' methods of identifying the book that Allah claims to have revealed hundreds of years before Muhammad was born. That's it. That's it, bro.
Yeah, and I said it. How you would do that? You will go to the people who supposedly have the book, the people who supposedly, and ask them.
Because you can't get this. Because you can't get this information from the Quran. Right?
No, it is.
So you wouldn't be able to know where to go to find this book if you just read the Quran, right?
No, the Quran is not saying that it has the Injil or the Torah in it. The Quran.
It mentions.
The Quran is confirming it.
I know it mentions.
That's all it's doing. It's not saying that.
That's my point. That's my point.
It's not even saying that the Christ. It's not even saying that the Christian has the correct Injil.
President. See, you guys are trying to. These dudes are trying to like oversee the argument. Like, bro,
no, it's not oversee the argument. You want to steer the argument in a way that
my point is that my point is simply what you said. The Quran just mentions it.
Yes.
So if your book mentions
so there's nothing wrong. The Quran confirms it.
So then, in order to, goodness, your book just mentions it. So in order to be able to find it, you'd have to identify whose hands these books were in. You admit it. You got to go to the Jews and the Christians, correct?
You will go to find that to confirm that there were scriptures given to them. That's all you're doing.
Right. So if a Jew tells you, hold on. So if a Jew tells you that the Torah is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and David, would you be able to reject that?
You wouldn't. First of all, you would. That's why I said you would study what they tell you. You wouldn't just take.
So how would you be able to reject that the Torah isn't Deuteronomy, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers?
Let me explain to you.
Genesis and David. How would you be able to reject that?
Okay, very easily. You ask them, how did how did it transpire? Like, how do their story goes? For example, when Moses, they
Bro.
believe in Moses. Moses is no. Let me finish.
Bro.
No, you don't.
So
You,
How
you
does
don't-
it?
just be
How does a
easy.
story?
Just
Wait,
be-
wait, wait.
Just it's simple. You have to believe what they tell you.
So bad.
No, you don't.
Well, how would you prove
Okay,
them wrong then?
so then how would you exactly? How would you be able to
You're not allowing
confirm
me to
or
talk.
deny whether?
There's a reason why you don't want my voice to
Listen,
be.
listen. These words sound familiar. How would you be able to confirm or deny whether the Torah is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and David?
Okay, so can I explain to you now?
Yeah.
Okay. You ask them who gave them the Torah. You ask them, is they going to tell you, for example, Moses gave them the Torah. Is
Okay,
Moses
they tell you Moses.
Yes. Is Moses around right now? No. So then you're going to
Nope.
ask them. So you're going to ask them, how did you guys preserve the Torah that came from Moses?
Scribes.
These questions have
So let me
presuppositions.
no. Oral.
No,
oral-
just
oral
let's just answer him.
This
Let's
is
just answer him
crazy.
real quick so he won't keep asking them. Scribes. Okay, they'll say
No,
Moses,
it wasn't
and then how
scribes.
we
The
got it.
scenario is you're in an island, you already believe the Quran. Why would you then all of a sudden question the books that you're
Right.
looking at after the Quran?
Because
told you
because the
over there?
Quran tell us that they're not following that the Christian has believed Jesus is God.
But do the
so
Quran
the Quran
tell
is
you-
So
telling us-
how
on.
would you?
Man, this guy.
Go ahead. Go
But
ahead.
do the Quran
Yeah,
tell you
he-
which
he-
books they have?
the Quran is telling you
so
not
that
to
means
go.
you
The
have
Quran
to,
is not telling to go read the book.
Mr.
The-
President, be
listen,
quiet. It's
the
not
Quran
about
is
you
not
reading
tell-
them. Be quiet. Be quiet.
The Quran
Be
is
quiet,
no. You
bro,
be quiet.
bro,
The Quran
bro,
is
bro.
telling.
Just
You
be
caught
quiet,
that? You caught that, Garrett?
bro. So you have to believe what these people are telling you.
Why you have to be
Ain't
disrespectful?
nobody,
I wasn't
you're
disrespectful
trying
to
to
you.
talk over me, and I told you
No,
to be
you tell
quiet.
a grown man to be quiet. You that
I
tell
can
him
tell
so
you
I
just
suppose
to
I told you.
shut up, and then is that better?
Matter of fact,
Okay, thought so.
you
I asked you to
you
be
man, you couldn't do
quiet.
that in my face. You have to do that because you are Twitter talk.
Twitter talk.
Said,
He talking about
These
Twitter
Muslims
pull
talk.
really
up
think
to my
somebody's
hood.
scared of them, man.
Nah, you
Twitter.
sweet because I'm telling you,
my face.
Allah be my witness. You would not speak like that to me.
Allah
Bro,
don't
you
exist. He
supposed to
can't
be
witness
helping
you.
you.
Nothing.
Mr. President, remember, you're supposed
You
to be
believe in a
helping.
man God. You don't want to hear the
Mr.
truth.
You believe in a
President, remember,
handicapped
you're supposed to be
shin God.
helping
You
this
believe
brother.
you believe in
Hey,
in
this
a
what happened
false
when you
You
come
religion.
up
believe in
trying
a
to help this
creator
brother.
God.
Deformed God.
Well, yo, I don't want to change the subject.
Yeah, your
Let's
God
keep,
got
let's go back
one.
to what we said.
Your God got
Now
one foot
you
in
don't want
hell.
to change the subject.
No, because that's what you guys want to do.
No.
Yeah,
You
y'all want
believe
to
in
y'all
a
want to
created
turn
God.
this into
You
an
start.
argument.
It's a very simple
No,
question.
you the
You're
one who's
supposed to be.
you the one call me out my name and I'm a grown man. You don't do
you
that.
Man, you-
start.
you-
I
but
didn't
you-
call
you-
you out of your name. I told you to be quiet.
You told me to shut up. What
Yeah,
about
after
you
you
don't
got
tell a
after
grown
you
man to
got your
shut up.
panties in a bunch by
doing this
telling
on
me to be
purpose,
quiet.
man.
You took offense of me asking you to be
Yeah, because
quiet.
Listen, talk. I don't want to change the subject. Go on.
So just to recycle where we at right now, bro. You're trying to tell us how you would be able to tell them that the Torah is not Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and David.
I'm trying to tell you.
Deuteronomy, I missed that too. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that when Allah told us to confirm that He gave someone scriptures before, not confirm if what they have is the truth, meaning that because Allah told us in the Quran that what they have is not, they have corrupted it.
So how would you identify what those scriptures were before?
We don't need
when
to
you get
identify
off?
what those scriptures are. All we
There
just
it
want
is.
to
Thank
confirm.
you. There it is, Tariq. You see that? Hold on, mute up, President. You see that? So there it is, Tariq.
don't know how.
He came up. Yeah, he came up to try to help answer the question for you, to try to clear it up. And his response is, you
just
don't
muddy
need
the
to
water.
identify.
You're not allowing me to
Be
talk.
Your
quiet,
response
Mr.
is not to
President.
answer.
I'm telling you to be quiet
Mr. President,
again.
hold on, man. Your response, Tariq, you noticed this, bro. You've been honest this whole time.
Use your brain. These guys is not
Mr.
allowed.
President.
No,
Use
Mr.
your
Okay.
brain.
You
Use
just
your
got
brain. Says
impeached,
the guy.
Mr. President. You're impeached. Go sit down.
Use your brain, says the guy that comes up here, says he can answer the question, to turn around and say he doesn't have to answer the question. Tariq, I hope you see what just happened. This is Muslim number 2, and I'm not pandering for you at all, bro. I don't even know you. I'm just saying. You see what happened. You're staying up here to see what's happening. One Muslim said exactly what you said, and you admitted it. Yeah, he didn't really say to me. He said what I said. That didn't get nowhere. And the next Muslim comes up and says, we don't have to know. We don't have to go look for it. We don't have to know.
Let's see if
What's
the
going
next
on
one,
here?
let's see if the next one can help our Muslim brother up here.
It ain't no more. The
That's
last thing gave him all
crazy.
Shubahat.
That's crazy. Shubuhat.
Imagine that. Coming up saying you're going to answer the question, you can clear it up. And then your answer to the question is, we don't have to answer the question.
We don't
Let's
need
see how
it.
much.
We don't need it, life.
Right. Muslims have no method of being able to push back on whether the Torah is 5 books, 6 books, 7 books, and I know you guys caught it. I added David in there. He didn't even catch that.
No.
Yup. I peeped that.
He didn't even catch that.
Yeah.
He kept talking. Tariq, I know you didn't catch it. David is not part of the Torah, bro.
David don't even have a book.
It's exactly. Exactly. And when I mentioned it, the Muslim down there didn't even catch it. He just kept talking. He didn't even have a rebuttal to how I added a book that's not even a book in the Torah.
Spoiler alert. We could be live all night and nobody gonna be able to answer that question.
No, they ain't. Because the Quran.
I could have
don't tell
mentioned
them.
I could have mentioned 7
Quran
exactly.
don't tell him.
I could have mentioned 7 books and he wouldn't even caught it. I mentioned 6 and he didn't even catch it. And the 6th one wasn't even a real book. And yet he tried to give an answer for why he didn't have to justify whether that was or was not the Torah, instead of knowing how it was or was not the Torah. Peep that, Tariq. I could just throw anything into the Torah, and the Muslim
seriously,
would not know.
listen. I like this conversation, right? It's not really like affecting whatever belief I have right now, but I'm seeing something because seriously,
That's
I've
all that
not
matters,
seen,
man.
yeah, like I'm not like none of them really went like everything is just like on the line, like the way I did answer, like the way we was going, like, and even his was like back and forth, right? So I think the best thing I can do, I think there are more educated, there are more scholars, right, who have knowledge on this, right? For now, I'm a Muslim. That's the best I think I can do because right
So
now
do
I
you?
don't think anybody
So do you think you can?
who comes on here.
So back to the original question: do you think you can trust Allah?
I cannot give the answer for that right now
What do you
unless I
mean?
do.
You don't.
No,
You don't know
no,
if you,
no.
hold
Listen,
on, hold on, real
these
quick.
are
Let me.
these
Give
are
me 5
people.
seconds. Give me 5
Hold on,
seconds.
but not the word. But you know
Tarek,
that these are people who are like me.
Tarek,
They were
I
just in the
know.
comments claiming that they
I
know.
know. Tarek, give me 5 seconds. You said until
Okay.
then, until you get these answers, you're a Muslim. So that means you still believe in Allah. But when I asked you, can you trust Allah? You said, I don't know. How you not going to be how you not going to know if you can even trust your God? Why keep your faith in him if you don't even know if you can trust him?
Okay, so what I'm saying is that these people who came up here
I'm not
were
talking
in the
about
comments
them. I'm
claiming
not talking
they can
about
do
them, Tarek.
they can do something else.
I'm not
They
talking about
can
them.
tell the truth, like they can give the answers, but they couldn't.
Tarek, I'm
Right?
not talking
They
about
couldn't. They were.
them. I'm talking about you, where you're at presently in your state. You said, I know I can't answer these questions and I don't know. I know they can't. But I'm still a Muslim.
Yeah.
I'm still going to be a Muslim. So I ask you, since you seen in light, you say
Yeah,
you're
I have a
seeing
reason
something.
why I'm saying
Hold on,
that.
real quick. You said
Yeah.
that you're seeing something now, like you starting to see some flaws in the religion, but you're going to still be a Muslim. So I ask you, do you think you can trust Allah? And you said, I don't know. How you going to follow a
No,
God
okay,
that
then
you
I
don't
didn't.
know
I
if you can
didn't.
trust?
Sorry, maybe I was talking. For now, seriously, I cannot say I do not trust Allah. The reason why I'm saying this is that there are moments that I have encountered Allah, and every Christian will say that they've had an encounter with Jesus. Like the way I am Muslim, I'm saying this. I know why I'm saying this.
You said
I've had encounters too,
what type of
right? So the best I can
encounters did
do
you
right
have with
now.
Allah? What type of encounters?
All
Was it
right,
like
there's this
Muhammad in
time
the
in my
cave
life.
encounter, or what type of
No,
encounter?
I'm telling you, I'm a Muslim, right? There is this time in my life.
I know you don't have
Right?
to
There
keep
was
telling me
something
that.
I needed. No, there was something I needed in my life. And in Islam, when we believe that when you wake up like in the night and you pray to Allah, this is what you want. So I did do that. I woke up and I prayed. I really prayed, and it happened. So at that moment, I was a Muslim. Like I am a Muslim. So this is something that made me trust that there is someone called Allah.
So let me
So, but
ask you a
for now,
question. Do you think something
yeah.
else can give you worldly desires?
Do I think that what?
Something else, some other spiritual entity can give you your worldly desires or what you think that you need.
No, I don't believe that. Only Allah
so
can do that.
Only Allah can give you something that you can't be deceived by nothing else.
I can be deceived by something else.
Yeah, can something else deceive you and make it and present something to you and make something happen to make you think that was Allah?
For that, like, I don't know about that, seriously.
You don't know about that?
Yeah, because what happened to me wasn't like that. It was it was the faith I had in Allah that made me pray to Him. Because at that moment, I wasn't praying to anybody. In my mind, I was praying to Allah.
I understand.
He's asking
that.
you, how do you know? He's asking you, how do you know that was Allah? How do you know?
Because at that moment, I believed that Allah was the only one who can give me this, and I prayed and it
Could
happened.
you been wrong?
So
but can you could have you been wrong about that?
How will I be wrong? It happened.
Okay, a lot of things happen.
That's the
A lot
reason.
of things happen, but how do you know it was from God?
He's asking if you could have been deceived. Is it possible you could have been deceived?
I really don't know about that, seriously, because my mind wasn't even telling me that maybe I could be deceived because it happened, right?
I know,
It did
but
happen.
things can happen all the time. Other spiritual entities can make things happen. But how do you know what you received was from the one true God?
All right, so you are a Christian. So have you ever had any encounter that has not like has a connection with Jesus before, like? Because I know that you believe in Jesus, so that's what I'm saying. That like you wake up and pray to Jesus, right? And you ask Him, Lord, this is what I want, and it happened, and you feel like, no, this is not from Jesus. As that, have you ever had that? Maybe because I really never. I'm being honest right now because I
Are you
really
saying
never
that
even
have I
thought
ever
about.
prayed for something and it happened?
Yeah, from God, like you believe in Jesus, right? So you ask
Depends
Jesus
on
for
what I
something,
prayed
right?
for.
Okay.
Because if it was fleshly desire or something like, oh, I pray that I can wake up tomorrow and get a beer, or I can wake up tomorrow and do something, or I can go and have premarital relations with this girl. I don't think Jesus gave me that. I don't think Jesus supplied me with some beer. You know what I'm saying? Something that's going to self-destruct me in the long run, just to appeal my desires or something. Like, no, I don't believe Jesus does that.
Yeah, the word, if I could jump in.
Yeah,
for
go
a
ahead,
sec.
peace.
If you're asking us, like, according to our belief system and our worldview and our scriptures, like, our scriptures say that our hearts are deceiving, right? To not just follow our own heart and our emotions, because it's deceiving. So even if we do pray for things, or even if we do say we have an encounter with God, those encounters actually have to be like processed and analyzed to see if it actually was from God. Like we believe in confirmation, we believe in things having to align with scripture and you know, the church and things like that. So it's not just, oh, this, I prayed for this, I thought of this, and then it happened, because Satan can easily manipulate things to deceive you, to make you feel like you're getting what you want, and therefore you're going to keep doing it because the flesh wants what it wants. So in our worldview, we don't just go with how we feel. And according to like what you posed, it's all like appealing to emotion. So we wouldn't even like agree to that or see that the same way.
So that's what I'm saying. So not trying to be all personal, super personal or something. It depends on what you was asking for. And if it doesn't align with, because I'm about to bake in a presupposition, because I'm coming. You asked me, so I'm coming from the scriptures, just like Sister Peace just did. If it doesn't align with the scriptures, that what I was asking for, then I don't believe God gave that to me. It can even just happen to be a coincidence of what happened with you. How you know it wasn't just a random coincidence that you wanted something? It by coincidence it happened.
Okay, so the reason why I'm saying this is because in Islam, right, we have the way we do those things. When we wake up, we perform ablution, we pray, we recite, we do some things, and after that we ask for what we want. So that's the reason why I'm saying this.
But when you ask
Yeah.
for what you want, what are you asking for? What you like? What are you asking for?
Yeah, it was like I wrote some examination, right, back in like 2 years ago, and the first month I wrote that same the examination, but it didn't go well, right? I learned, I really did my best, but the marks that I was searching for, right, it keeps on, you know, not really getting to that point. So I had to sit down and analyze it this way. And I'm like, okay, let me just give this a try. So that is what led me to perform ablution in the night and wake up and pray. And it's the next time I went to write this examination seriously, it did happen. It did
So you
happen.
talking about you
So
passed the
that's why
test? You
saying
passed the
this.
test?
Yeah. That same text that I've been feeling.
Okay. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Bear. Cause then I want to read him a scripture after that. Go ahead, Bear.
Yeah. So Torek, you understand what they're posing though. If Islam is false, it's not out of the possibility of this being a false spirit that's trying to convince you that he's God. So even if you pray for something that you don't see as a bad thing and you get it, it could be, if Islam is false, it's not far fetched for this to be part of the deception. That's what they're bringing up. So
Oh,
just because
okay.
you had
Okay,
just
I
because you had an
understand.
experience, doesn't negate the possibility of this being a false spirit. That's what they're trying to say.
Oh, okay.
And then the question for you is, how do you know? How do you know that this experience is actually from God and not a false spirit? The answer is you don't really know. It could be from a false spirit. It could be from God, but it could be a false spirit too. That doesn't, just because you felt like it came from God doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, but you know that my answers were straightforward with this because I told the way that I'm a Muslim, right? And for now, that is what I know. That because of what we was taught, I believe that if I do this, it might happen. You understand? So when it
No, but
happens,
I understand
I'm like,
what you're
yeah,
saying. Like your
yeah. So I said,
worldview is
Yeah,
Your
Allah
worldview is
accepted
Islam.
yeah.
Your worldview is Islam, and because that's your worldview, you prayed, and then this happened. Therefore, it
It's
reinforced your worldview.
confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that doesn't. But we're questioning your worldview. We're saying, how do you know that this is not false? Because there are Christians that grow up Christian, and they believe Jesus is God, which is not Islam. They pray directly to Jesus, and then they get answered. They get prayers answered. How do you explain that from your worldview, right? And then you got Hindus, and you got other beliefs. You know what I mean? Like everybody can say that experience. Every religion has an experience like that.
Yeah, that's true.
So the point is, I get what you're saying. You grew up this way, and therefore, when you have an experience, it reinforces it, right? Or like what Pete said, it confirms it. But that doesn't mean the worldview is true, because Christians have that same experience too, right?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier about like the heart being deceiving and stuff. Like you never know. Like you never know if you're just being deceived, or even if you're being tested to see if you're going to go with the desires of the flesh, or if you're actually going to submit yourself to God, if you're actually going to seek God for sure, like for real, versus just seeking whatever pleasures you have in the moment, even if it's just passing a test, you know?
Yeah, but guys, I would love to drop down and
Hold
wait
on,
for
before
any
you,
Muslim, because
we
I
got a
really
Muslim
I
here. We
really
got
want
a
to.
Turek. We got a Muslim here, but I want to read
Yeah,
you this verse.
yeah.
I want to read you this verse.
Okay.
This is Matthew
All
4.
right.
I'm gonna read you from 1 through, let's say, 5. It says,
Okay.
Then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And after he had fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, he then became hungry. And the tempter came to him, said to him, If you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread. But Jesus answered him and said, It was written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes out of the mouth of God. Then the devil took him along unto the holy city and had him stand on the pinnacle of the temple. And he said to him, If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he will give his angels orders concerning you. Right. And then we go down to verse 8. He says, Again, the devil took him along to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, All these things I will give you if you fall down and worship me, the Lord as the Lord your God, and serve him only. Right. So the devil can give you things to make you think it's coming from God. In our worldview, the devil, he have rulership over these kingdoms on earth, because God's kingdom is a heavenly kingdom. It's not an earthly kingdom. We want to get to the heavenly kingdom. So this all of the material things that you see of this earth, the devil can give them to you and make you think it's from God. This is why we're questioning, are you sure that this, whatever you ask for, came from God and not some other entity?
All right. I understand you. I understand where you're coming from and where you're going. I really do understand that. You mean that my belief of whatever I went through doesn't necessarily mean that it was the same. Like it was the same. What do you call it? It was the same spirit that I was asking for.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
Like
that
it
it was
was the same.
God.
Yeah. It wasn't. It was the same spirit that I asked for that gave me what I was in search for. What I
Right.
was in search for. But there are a lot of spirit that can do that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand what you are trying to say, seriously.
Oh,
But I'm just wishing that you guys will understand that
we understand what
my
you're saying,
point
that
too.
you
Yeah,
had a confirmation that you prayed to God, and it confirmed what you had already believed that God can do.
yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it was from the real, true, living God, especially if Islam is false and Allah is a false deity.
Yeah. So all this will boil down to is Islam false? And
Yeah.
now, yeah. And now in my position, I do not believe that Islam is false. So until I get out of that, that is where I will understand what we have, like you understand what I'm trying to say. Because of the belief I have in Islam,
We get
I
it.
don't see that Islam is false.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. We get it.
Yeah, so if I've prayed to Allah and I see this happening, I will connect that to the belief I have right now. Yeah. So for now,
Before
But
you
you gotta
go,
test
before you
every
go,
yeah,
spirit though.
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. But for
before you
now, what
go,
I'm really interested in is the topic we because it looks like I really want to, I'm very open-minded seriously about religion. Seriously. I'm a Muslim. I believe in Islam, right? But there are some things, if I see this thing doesn't really match what I'm seeing about Islam, I need to read about it. I need to do my research. Seriously. Because this doesn't sit well with me. This discussion we just had. Because I've never really had it click my mind. Seriously, I'm being honest, if not today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious.
Yeah, we understand. I
Yeah.
understand, bro. Go do your research, and you can give me a follow. You can come back. Start reading.
Yeah.
Pick up the Bible. Start reading the Gospels, man. Start reading the thing that life just proved to you
No,
that
I'll do that too. Seriously, I'll do that.
okay.
Because if the Quran has said we should ask the people of the, because I know a lot of Muslims who read the Bible too. Because you cannot go wrong if you read a book which was said that we should follow, like we should ask, like this is the book they said, our book said we should ask.
Right. So go.
So I don't see
Yeah.
anything. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, go
Because
ahead
I'll do that
and
seriously.
give them a read, man. Start at Matthew or John or one of the Gospels. Just open it up and read it, and see
Okay,
and
brother, I'll
get
do
to
that.
know the real Jesus, because
right, and you don't have to,
Jesus. They give you Isa.
right, and you don't have to, but maybe just think about like calling upon Jesus just to see, test yourself. Like you call upon Allah, you pray to Allah to see for confirmation. Just see what happens, a couple times, or maybe before you read the Gospels, to ask Jesus to reveal to you if he is God. Have some sort of like understanding or enlightenment, or like through your research journey. No pressure though.
Okay.
All right, bro. God bless
I
you.
I'm going to pin this. I think the word. Yeah. I would like to come back here because there's a lot to learn.
For sure,
There's
man.
a lot to see.
For sure. Just hang out in the comments and
Appreciate
But
that.
for now,
Follow Bear
you need to
too.
bring
He
up
goes
some.
live every day too. So if you want to
Yeah.
ask questions,
Who?
Bear
Bear
and
live.
peace.
We all go live. Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay,
all go
let me
live.
just
We
give them
answer
all a
questions on Christianity.
Yeah. So I will wish you guys will bring up some Muslims because of the discussion,
Yeah, we
right?
got some Muslims.
And please, yeah. I'll
Oh,
be
they gonna
down
be
there.
mad after this.
Huh?
They're gonna be big mad.
For sure. Palestinian flag. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's good?
What's going on, man?
The question is, can Muslims trust Allah?
Yeah.
And it
Yeah. Can you trust Allah?
shows a picture of a war. So is the context
Nah, that's just
something in a war zone?
No. That's just decoration. Put it like that. That don't have nothing to do with the context of what this is.
Okay, so us Muslims, right? We see proof in the Quran. We see stories of all these prophets and proof of Allah's existence. And obviously trust is something that has to be earned, right? So if we could see the proof of God, obviously he'll earn our trust because he created the universe and everything, right?
Okay. Is that why you trust him?
Yeah. because
Do you have a
God is
Quran?
only
Do you
worthy
have
of
a
trust.
Quran on you?
Not at the moment. It's
I
like
actually have a Quran on me at the moment right now.
Iblis. What that say? Your name Iblis? Oh, Ibslit. my bad.
Hey, I had to double
I'm
check
the
too, bro.
dyslexic one.
My bad,
I read
homie.
it
I
the
ain't
He
mean
same
called
to.
that boy. He
What's
called
up?
that boy
I ain't mean
Iblis.
to call you
Iblis.
Iblis, man. I've been.
Crazy.
You know, sometimes when your mind sees something because you see it enough, like, my bad, bro. I didn't mean to call you Iblis, brother.
It's all good. It's good.
What is it?
Yo, the
how do you
word be
pronounce
doing this too long.
Oh man.
Is it pounds lit?
It's just IB slit.
I be slit.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I be slit.
How about Ibs? Let's call you Ibs.
Yeah, Ibs.
Yeah,
sure,
I
that
like
works.
that.
I call you Ibs,
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
All right, Ibs. Can you read 799 Surah Al-Huraf, ayah 99? He said he had a Quran, then went off screen.
Yeah, we need like a second device or a physical book, sir. We can't hear you when you're off screen.
It's not a very long verse. He can come back. Should be
Yeah.
in
Wait, what surah is it?
799.
Okay.
I thought he came back.
Yeah, he right there.
Okay. Did you read it?
Did you guys hear the reciting?
Ibs?
Yeah.
So it says, do they feel safe or secure against Allah's planning? None would feel secure from Allah's planning except the losers. So he's saying the ones, the disbelievers, the losers, they feel secure from Allah's planning. He ain't gotta, Allah ain't gotta, they're not abiding by Allah, But it says none would feel secure from Allah's planning except the losers. So that means that the believers is insecure about Allah's planning. Like, you don't know what he has in store for you.
So, in order to explain for context in that, when he says, let me.
If you're off the screen, I can't hear you though, bro.
So when he says none is secure from Allah except the losers, the context is that those who are hypocrites, those who aren't real Muslims, but rather just say they are Muslims, they have nothing to fear because they think that they're doing good in life. However, the real mu'mineen, the real Muslims, understand that Allah is all-fearing, and they should fear Him, right? That's the only fear they should have in life. And they know that they're not the most perfect beings, but they know they have to constantly strive to be a better Muslim.
I understand what you're saying, but it's saying, is somebody talking to you?
Sorry, what?
I hear some.
Pushed up.
You hear somebody whispering to
Strong
him?
Iblis.
Or am I tripping? Is that Iblis talking to you?
Nah, somebody
What's Iblis?
was talking to him, bro. Yeah,
Yeah, somebody whispering in his ears.
Yup, sure. Like this.
Yeah, I thought I was tripping, man. I know I ain't tripping, bro. I know I ain't tripping.
You guys hear me straight?
Yeah, dude, that's that something read the Quran.
Man,
something
I
like
thought
that.
Iblis was speaking to him right quick.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but look, this is the thing.
Yeah, you got somebody with you?
So you guys heard what I said, right?
Yeah. You said that the disbelievers, right? They don't believe anyway, so they don't fear Allah, basically.
So,
but the
yeah, so,
believers,
again,
they know Allah, but they fear Allah because they know that He can enact punishment on them. Basically, this is what you're saying. I'm paraphrasing, but basically, this is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it's like that's basically
Right.
what I'm saying. Like,
Right.
Even as a
So-
Muslim myself, I know I'm not perfect, and I still fear Allah to this day. However, the hypocrites of Islam won't fear anything because they think they found the cheat in life.
Right. So when it says none will feel secure from Allah's planning, what will Allah plan? What can Allah be planning for the believers that they wouldn't feel secure about?
The day of judgment, like where they end up going after they die.
Exactly. So Allah can be planning something for you, You can be thinking you're on the right path and you're doing the right thing, but that's not in Allah's plans.
Yeah.
So you don't feel secure. You can't feel secure because you don't know if you're doing the right thing or not, and by Allah's will, if he willed you to get into heaven or not.
Wait. May I say something?
Yeah, continue on.
Okay. So us Muslims, right? We believe that every single choice we make is written down in a book, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically everything we're going to do is already written. Allah knows what we're going to do. So that's already Allah's plan, right?
You're proving this point.
For Muslims.
Yeah.
This is for disbelievers too. Now, also God shows us his plan in the Quran. He tells us the good righteous and the bad stuff, like sins. He shows the difference in between those. So obviously, if you're pious man, religious man, you don't commit sins. And if you do commit sins, you do tawbah, which is repentance. And then your sins are turned into good deeds.
So are you guaranteed to get into heaven then?
No Muslim knows
exactly. You're still not guaranteed to get into heaven, even though you repented and you're doing these good deeds. There's still no true salvation that you can lean upon and say, you know what, I think I've done enough times. I done went to Mecca. I done kissed the black stone. I done threw the rocks at Shaitan. But hold on, it's lit. I'm gonna let you go.
If I may ask you,
Yo, somebody on YouTube said Iblis was talking in tongues.
if I could ask, what religion are you? Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. What exactly?
I'm Christian. But let's not detract from what I was saying.
So if I were to apply the same logic back,
you can't.
If I were to apply the same logic back to you, so would you say that you have no secure proof that you could lean on that would lead you to heaven?
No. Let me show you what Jesus says. Since you want to change the topic and you want to get away from it, let me show you what Jesus says. John 14:1 through 5. Jesus says, do not let your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If that were not so, I would have told you, because I am going there to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I am coming again and will take you to myself, so that where I am, there you will also be. And you know the way where I am going. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you are going. How do we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So by acceptance in Jesus, he already promised us that he's going to a way to prepare a place for us. And that we will be with him. Let me get this straight. In the hereafter.
When Jesus says, right, you are guaranteed heaven, if you follow him, then that's what you rely on. But if our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, says you're guaranteed heaven if you follow him, that's not considered enough proof?
No, Muhammad never said that.
Yeah, he did. There's many instances where he says,
Muhammad,
come to the righteous path, and
okay,
you will be guaranteed heaven.
Ibslit. Muhammad said he don't know what's going to happen with him. He don't know what Allah would do with him, just like he don't know what Allah would do with you. Muhammad, he guaranteed. See, this is the thing. You have so many contradictory things in your religion, because according to some hadiths, he promised 10 people paradise, correct? Abu Bakr and a lot of your first generation. But let's see what Abu Bakr had to say. This is in a book. It's called The Successors of the Messenger. So it's talking about his first successors after him. It says, although he had such a faith which was too great to suffice all the inhabitants of the earth, he's talking about Abu Bakr, he was afraid that his heart might go astray. So he used to utter while weeping, Would that I have been a bitten tree. Whenever he was reminded of his position in Allah's sight, he would say, by Allah, I would not rest assured and feel safe from Allah, even if one of my feet was in paradise. So he's saying he can be halfway in paradise, even if he had his foot in paradise, 1 foot in paradise. He's still not safe from Allah, because he don't know what, basically going back to 799, he don't know what Allah has planned for him.
All right, so to answer
You don't even know if babies go to heaven or not, bro.
Exactly.
No.
babies,
No.
babies do go to heaven.
People ages, even disbelievers, ages under the age of puberty, if they die, are guaranteed heaven.
That's true.
Really?
And martyrs. And people who have never ever heard Islam.
And people who say the Shahada right before they die.
Okay.
See, the thing with Islam.
So now we got to do this. There's no. So now we have to
Go
do this.
word. Throw the alley. I thought I had to throw the alley. Bro.
Yeah. I appreciate you, fam. So let's go to Sahih Muslim 2662C. You don't have no free will, bro, in Islam. It's a hard determination. Let me see. Let me get the source. There she
And
goes.
just to make this clear too, Jannah or heaven is guaranteed on many special occasions, such as when you're a martyr, such as when you see the Shahada when you die, or any other special occasions too.
Yeah, it's a lot of
But although
loopholes.
that
You got
is
a lot.
correct,
Religion.
the generalized term is that you never know what Allah has for you. And if Allah knows everything, the reason why we're on this earth is so that He could show us what we did.
There's a lot of loopholes in your religion. It's a lot of loopholes, but neither here nor there.
Yeah, you're guaranteed, but you don't really know, you know?
Yeah, you're guaranteed, but you don't know. You,
You're guaranteed, but
no, it ain't no guarantee. You guaranteed not to be guaranteed, but it's all good. It's all
Guaranteed
good.
gonna be confused. You ain't gonna know what the hell's going on.
Facts. So, Sahih Muslim 2662C says, Aisha, the mother of believers, said to Allah's messenger, was called to lead the funeral prayer of a child of the Ansar. I said, Allah's messenger, this is Aisha speaking, there is happiness for this child who is a bird of the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age of when one can commit sin. He said, Aisha, peradventure, hold on, don't overstep your boundaries. It may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. So this baby, according to Aisha, is sinless. So it had to be a little baby, you know, and it couldn't commit sin. And she already had said this baby is a bird from paradise. But Muhammad said, hold on, Aisha. No, not so fast. Allah created you for hell while you was yet in your father's loins, or He created you for heaven while you was yet in your father's loins. It's not up to you. It's up to Allah.
All right, and to create some context of this, when Aisha was saying that this child, or does it specify if he was a baby or?
It was of the age of where it didn't commit sin. Okay, let me read it one more time. Okay, she said, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. So this is a baby.
So to create context of this story here, what's happening is that although we know that the baby is, and again, I can't say, it's all up to Allah, right? While Aisha is making the assumption that the baby is going to heaven, because he hasn't committed any sin or reached the age to do so. The Prophet's kind of telling you, don't immediately assume. Again, everything is up to Allah. So yes, while we do know that children are guaranteed Jannah, we still don't know. It's all up to Allah. For all we know, it's up to Him.
Wait. So you just said we know they're guaranteed, but we
You can't
shouldn't
say
assume.
it. Y'all can't say it though.
What the hell?
We know they're going to heaven, but we can't say they're going to heaven though.
We can understand as much as we can about what are the assumptions and guarantees, but everything is up to Allah.
Okay, so is it a possibility that this child may go to hell?
It could be not. That's up to Allah.
Allahu Alam. See, this is why Abu Bakr said that he is not comfortable with Allah punishment, because he can have one foot in Jannah, right? And he still may end up, Allah still may end up sending him to hell. And let me give you another hadiths. That substantiate what he's saying. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna let you go after this. What's your name, Scribbles?
Okay.
What's your name?
It's Arabic. It's not Scribbles. It's
Okay, what's your name?
Saleh.
Saleh?
Yeah.
Okay, Saleh. Let me read this real quick and I'm gonna let you go. I didn't mean to offend you, brother. I call Chinese Scribble too, so it's nothing personal against Arabic. I'm just saying I don't understand it. Look like scribbles to me. So, don't get in, this is Jamia Alternative 2137. Abdullah bin Masud said, the messenger of Allah narrated to us, and he is the truthful and trusted one. Indeed, the creation of one of you is gathered inside his mother for 40 days. Then for a similar period, he is a clot. That's scientifically not correct, but we ain't gonna harp on that. Then for another similar period, he is a piece of flesh. Okay. Then Allah sends the angel to him, blow the soul into him, and he is ordered to write 4 things: to write his provision, his lifespan, his works, and whether he will be wretched or happy. By the one besides whom there is none other worthy of worship. One of you will do the deeds of the people of paradise until there is between him and it but a forearm span. So you close. You like half your arm there. Then he is overcome by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of the fire, so that he enters it. And indeed, one of you will do deeds of the people of the fire until there is between him and it but a forearm span. Then he is overcome by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of paradise, so that he enters it. So it's not up to you. It's about what Allah has already decreed and written for you that determines your destiny, whether you're going to heaven or hell. This is why Muhammad said in that hadith, it may be otherwise, because Allah has created people for paradise and people for hell while they were yet in their father's loins.
The purpose of this story is to show that no matter how far you think you are in the process of entering Jannah, right? Again, anything can happen, and that's all up to Allah, because He's all-knowing.
So who wrote it for you?
Who wrote your future?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking. Allah. Allah already has known what your future is.
Okay. So
before,
do the writing,
after, and during your...
right. So do the writing have any bearing on your actions?
Do the writer have any consequences of their actions?
No. Do the writing have any bearing on whether you're going to enact these things out that was written beforehand?
So could you elaborate on your question?
Because what came first, the writings or the action?
Okay,
the writings.
Let me answer that question. So basically, the writings did come first, right? But every single decision you think you are going to do or you're not going to do, either way, you end up making one. all of that is written down before, like, the decision.
Okay, so are you saying that if Allah willed, if let's just say you wanted to go, you wanted to miss Jummah prayer on Friday, you didn't want to go, but if Allah willed for you to go, will you go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So Allah's will
Wait.
just overrode your will.
Yeah.
But
And
no,
that's the
no,
no,
free
purpose
will.
because that's not how it works. Again,
Oh,
just
how does
because
it
like,
work?
that book in front, I can't like see that book in front of me and see, oh, Allah wrote down in this book I'm going to go to Jummah on Friday. I can't see that. I don't know. A decision will come, like examples, like something would happen, like my friend would say, oh, Saleh, you're not coming to Jummah prayer, come on. Or another example, my dad will tell me, why are you not going? And I will end up going.
That's not
Right,
what
my
I asked you
mind
though.
would kind of change.
That's not what I asked you though. I asked you,
Whether we have
hold on. I asked you if Allah didn't or will for you to go, can you not go?
Yeah, I can choose not to go to Friday prayers, and I know
Against
like, I have a
Allah's
choice.
will?
Against Allah's will, He wants me to go.
Oh, so your
and
will
I can
is stronger
choose-
than Allah's.
Will has nothing to do here when we're like
Yeah, it
representing it
is.
with faith.
Yeah, it is. Because let's go to your Quran.
Okay, what does will have to do with this?
I'm about to show you.
If I have the will to overrule my Lord's will, right? Not only is that a sin, but that is a decision that's already been written down. I'm not sure what your point is.
No, because if Allah's will was for you to do something, you can't override it. That's the point.
Exactly. I'm not supposed to override it, and if I do, that's a sin.
How can you sin if you can't override it? You can't. You physically can't override
the
it.
purpose of a sin is to override the willings of Allah, the teachings and the livings of Allah.
If
That's the
Allah
whole purpose
willed
of-
for you to do something, how can you override His will?
If you're making the assumption that when He like wills for me to something, like, are you assuming that I'm supposed to get possessed and like go?
No. What are you talking about? I'm saying that
No,
Allah,
like, yeah, that's
Allah
exactly what I'm trying to
makes
say.
Allah have
You're saying,
already
yeah,
fixed.
You're saying Allah is,
Okay.
saying Allah is willing me. Allah is making me do something, right?
So you
So are
don't
you
think
saying
Allah
I'm
make you
getting
do
possessed?
anything?
Allah gives me the choice to do free will, and what I have is
Answer my question.
Everything I do is written down. and
Do
has
you not think
consequences.
that Allah makes you do anything?
Everything I do was based off my own decision?
Okay, let's
If
see.
that answers your question.
Let's see. Sahih Muslim 2657b. Sahih Muslim 2657b. Very Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in which of necessity he must commit. The adultery of the eye is a lustful look, and the adultery of the tongue is a licentious speech. The heart desires and yearns, which he may put into effect or may not. So it's not up to you. Allah has already fixed the very portion of adultery that a man will commit. And now let me show you something else, because they speak about, Abu Bakr speaks about this as well. Do. Hope y'all tapping the screen. I hope y'all tapping the screen. Boo-ba-doo, boo-boo. The WB. All right, here you go. And it says,
Oh, damn,
that's old school right there, Barry. You don't know nothing about that, man.
that was before the Wayans brothers. Oh.
Yeah, you know it. So this is it repeats the hadith. Verily Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in and which of necessity must commit. And it says, and here is what Abu Bakr said in regards to Allah causing people to commit adultery. Ibn Umar said, a man came to Abu Bakr and asked, do you believe that adultery is from God? He, Abu Bakr, replied, yes. He said, God will make me do it and then will punish me? He, Abu Bakr, replied, yes, O son of Kenna. By Allah, if there was a man with me, I would order him to smash your nose. So he's telling them, why are you even asking me this? Don't nothing happen out of the realm of Allah. If you commit adultery, it's because Allah said, commanded you or ordered you to do it. Nothing comes from out of the realm of Allah. Allah is sovereign. He makes you commit adultery. And this is in the Shar of Usul Itikad Al-Sunnah, Volume 3, page 246, the tradition 964. So this is the Shar that's explaining that hadith. You have no free will. You can't not do anything unless Allah wills for you to do it, even if that's adultery.
And does that mean that he makes like the mustache man do what he did?
He make everybody do everything.
Even Israel to Palestine?
You're taking this out of context.
I'm
right?
taking it out of context, even though I just read you the shot by Abu Bakr.
You're misinterpreting what Abu Bakr is meaning by this, right? When he says that, right? What he means that it doesn't mean that Allah has already like willed for you to do something. He already knows you have done that action, right? It's already been written. He knows what you're about to do and what has been done, right?
So does
everything
Abu
you've done
Bakr
is a
need a
decision.
tafsir? So you're saying Abu Bakr needs a tafsir?
He going against the ink of the Ummah. Abu Bakr knows the Quran front and back. Muhammad said, if you want to learn the Quran from anybody, you learn it from Abu Bakr. He is the ink of the Ummah. He knows what the Quran is meaning. He knows what these things actually mean. Abu Bakr said, yes, son of Cana. By Allah, if there was a man with me, I will order him to smash your nose for even thinking that Allah did not make you commit that adultery. So,
okay,
so better than
because
Abu Bakr? Do you understand more than Abu Bakr?
Okay, yeah, well, I believe in Abu Bakr, and you're taking him out of context,
No,
right?
I'm not.
Just because you believe you've done an action or a sin, right? And Allah already knows that happens. That doesn't mean He willed for you to do that. That just means you've done the consequence or whatever action you've taken on your own conscious decision. Now Allah already knows that, and the punishment is waiting for you.
Okay, so now do I have to read this to you again? Ibn Umar said, a man came to Abu Bakr and said, do you believe that adultery is from God? And Abu Bakr says, yes. What does it mean if adultery is from God?
If adultery is from God.
Yeah, what did that phrase mean?
I'm not sure.
Ibn Abbas is the ink of the Ummah. My bad. I'm tripping. Abu Bakr is just the companion that knows the Quran.
Father of Aisha, I believe.
Yeah, he's the father of Aisha. He's his best friend. He's the prophet's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Ibn Abbas is the cousin of the prophet. My B. So what does it mean, Ibs, that adultery is from God?
And finish your rest of the story, and that'll also answer your question.
A man came to Abu Bakr and said, do you believe that adultery is from God? He, Abu Bakr, replied, yes. He said, God will make me do it and then will punish me? So the dude is saying, so God is making me commit adultery? What Abu Bakr said.
Wait, so is this Abu Bakr saying that, or is this the man?
This is the man.
This
is the man asking Abu Bakr. The man said, God will make me do it. He's asking in a question form. And then he will punish me? Like, why is he making me do something and then he's going to punish me for him making me do it? And then he replied, yes, O son of Kenna. By Allah, if there was a man with me, I will order him to smash your nose.
Okay, and the reason why he would order a man to smash his nose is because the man who's saying that the adultery is from Allah, right, is asking a stupid question, is asking something that isn't true.
Yeah, and what is it?
That adultery comes from Allah.
No. He's asking a stupid question because Allah is all sovereign and adultery does come from Allah. Because Abu Bakr says yes. When he asks him, do adultery come from Allah? Abu Bakr clearly says yes. And then he questioned Allah. So why on earth would Allah make me do it and then punish me? Then he said yes. And matter of fact, if somebody was here, a man was here, I would have him break your face for even questioning Allah. You just go and do what you're supposed to do. You don't question Allah. Who are you to question Allah? If he wanted you to make have adultery, that's what he ordered for you to do. That's what he wrote for you in your faith. And we see the same thing when Moses argued with Adam in the Isra Miraj on the night journey. Moses and Adam was having an argument, and Moses blamed Adam and said, "You are the cause why we're not in paradise." Adam said, "Hey, how you gonna blame me for something Allah wrote 40 years before in my fate? Allah already wrote what Adam was going to do in his fate. So don't blame me." And then your prophet agreed. He said Adam confuted Moses. Adam confuted Moses 3 times. Adam confuted Moses. Your prophet agreed with Adam. Don't blame me for what Allah has written for me in my fate 40 years before I was even created. You have no free will. It's all about Allah. You got a hard determinism in your religion. You have no free will. It's all up to Allah. The pen and all that, it writes it for you.
So
let
me understand this, right? Your entire concept that I have no free will is based off the idea that because Allah already knows something that's gonna happen, right?
Bro, it doesn't
that means
say
I have
already
no free will.
know. Why do you keep adding that in? It's not foreknowledge.
He knows what's gonna happen.
It's not foreknowledge. So is knowing something you willing it?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so if it is like exactly, knowing something is not the same as having the will to do it or making you will it.
So where's your proof that he's willing?
Where's my proof?
So on and so forth.
What I've been up here doing this whole time?
Bruh.
This entire time you've been explaining how a man who's about to commit a sin, right, is asking Abu Bakr a question that states, is Allah like forcing me to do the sin? And Abu Bakr is replying, no, he knows you're about to do the sin. What you made is your own.
No, don't put words in Abu Bakr's mouth. Don't do that.
This is unreal.
It's a simplified version of what I'm saying right now.
Don't put words in Abu Bakr's mouth, bro.
Going back and forth.
Don't do that. You about to be a kafir. Don't do that. You can't put words in Allah in Abu Bakr's mouth. You can't try to fix up the hadith how you've seen.
What words am I putting in?
You said no. Allah
You're
said,
adding in your own theology to Abu Bakr.
I said what?
You're adding in your own theology. You're trying to make Abu Bakr say something he wasn't saying.
Allah, Abu Bakr did not say that. Abu Bakr said a clearly resounding yes.
What did I say? What did I add in?
You just added that just because he know everything and all that. Abu Bakr ain't say none of that. You added that.
Yeah, he clearly says, Abu Bakr clearly says that Allah is making you do these things.
I wasn't going word for. I was making a simplified text of what.
No, you wasn't simplifying nothing. You was overcomplicating the issue. The simplified answer is.
I didn't memorize the whole passage. Right? I was giving a simplified text.
The simplified answer is yes, because that's all Abu Bakr said was yes. And then the man repeated himself. Well, why on earth would Allah make me do this and then punish me? He said yes, and if I had someone here, I'll make him break your face for even asking that. You trying to strip Allah of his sovereignty?
Okay, wait. Let me say something. You guys are saying stuff like makes as if God is going to possess him to do this sin or something like
The
that.
pen does. The pen already writes for you what you're going to do. I read the hadith where it said you could be a forearm span from Jannah, but then what is written for you takes over you, and you do the deeds of the people of the hellfire. So that's why I asked you what came first.
Plus, it says that Allah created sin, so like.
Let's try to apply this logic to real life, okay? Say I take a glass or a rock or something and smash it against a window. Would you consider that as me being willed by Allah to do that?
In your theology, yes, because Allah writes everything.
Okay.
You can't do
So he
nothing.
writes
Okay,
everything.
if you could you not?
Oh, but didn't
Hold on,
you just say, hold on.
Ibs,
Didn't
hold on.
you just say that knowing something is not the same as willing something?
I said Allah writes everything. He already
you
wrote
just
everything
said,
out for
just
you.
said knowing something isn't the same as willing something.
Bro, what did I just say? This whole time I've been telling you that the pen, he's already wrote everything for you. So let me ask you this question again. If Allah didn't want you to take that rock and smash it, or that glass or something and smash it, could you do it?
No, I could not.
Thank you. You have no free will. You keep proving my point.
You're making it seem as if he wrote what is to happen. Instead of writing what he wrote is to happen, he's writing down what will happen.
Let me read it for you one more time, bro. I hate going in circles, bro.
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand
Allah
what you're
isn't
saying,
writing-
but that's not
Allah
what
isn't down the story.
That's not what
He
the
isn't-
hadith says, bro.
He isn't writing down. He doesn't write down if I throw the glass or rock or not.
Let me show you.
He just writes down what is going to happen.
So is throwing the glass or
then
doing
at the day of
something, is that
judgment-
part of
at the
your
day of judgment,
works?
When I ask God,
Ibs, what is works?
What is what?
Works.
Works?
Yeah.
Works. I'm not sure what you mean by works.
Like your works.
Work as in like a job? Like
no. Your actions. Whether good or bad, that's
Okay.
your actions.
Okay.
Your good deeds or bad deeds. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. In this hadith, he says, the angel write 4 things: your provision, your lifespan, and your works. And whether he will be wretched, that means going to hell, or one of the people of paradise.
Okay.
So this is all written for you beforehand.
Yeah, this is all written as this is the stuff that is going to happen, which ultimately leads to my final decision.
Okay, thank you. These are the things that's going to happen, because in this thing it says you could do the deeds for the until there is a forearm span from you in paradise. Then what happened? This is key. Pay close attention. Then he is overcome. What does overcome means?
To take like control of
Take
something.
control. Thank you. He is taken control by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of the fire, so that he may enters it.
Okay.
That means you don't have no free will. It's what's written for you that determines what you're going to do, because it overcomes you. It takes over you.
So let's say, like, let's put an example to this, okay? Say you do a sin or something. I don't know. Again, let's use the same example
Let's use adultery.
throwing a rock at a window.
Adultery is already on the table.
Okay, you want to use adultery as an example? Okay,
That was
you're about
already
to
that was
commit
the example
adultery.
that guy used.
Like, you're about to commit adultery, okay? And let's say I know you're about to do this, right? And it is true. I know that this is gonna happen, and you do it, and I write it down, right? That there's a difference from that as opposed to writing something down that would ultimately force you to do something.
How do you know what I'm going to do?
Because Allah is all-knowing. Listen, in
No,
this
you know,
scenario,
you said
in this
you wrote
scenario,
it down.
yeah, okay. In this scenario, let's pretend I'm Allah, okay, and I'm the all-knowing, and I know that you're about to do this. I'm not forcing it. I'm not writing it down. I know you're about to do this, and thus, when you die and you ask Allah, if you know why I did this, or you know all of this happened, why did I have to go through this entire like existence
All
of being
right,
here on this earth?
you trying to reframe this, and you trying to add things that's not in the hadith.
What do you mean add things?
You trying to add your own clause into it, but it clearly
Like what?
says that what is written takes over you.
What is written, right? And in context of that, what is written is like the things you've done that has already happened by you, your decision.
Hey man, hey. I'm not gonna force you to believe things that's in your religion. If you want to keep denying it, that's on you.
But where's your proof? Where's your
Bro,
proof
I
that
done
there
gave
is
you 6
some-
sources. What are you talking about? Where's my proof?
All right, there's
No,
no
I'm saying,
point.
where's your proof? Your entire proof here has been whether or not someone's been writing something you're about to do.
Bro, if
My
Abu
belief,
Bakr was-
Everything you're saying, word has refuted. Like literally, like the hadiths that he's reading refute what you say. It says it takes over, meaning that his will overrides, not the other person's will. Meaning there is no free will.
So you're saying it directly says there's no free will.
It's bro.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yes, it says it takes over.
So if something takes over you, then you don't have the choice anymore. Free will is just limiting your choices. If you don't have these choices available to you no more any longer, then you no longer have the free will to choose whether you're going to or you're not. Allah is limiting your choices. So that means that you don't have free will no more.
I can't choose the choices I make in the future. That's up to me to make.
That's what you think, but according to your belief, Allah already wrote down what you're gonna do, and that takes over.
You see, this is what happened. And
No,
we
well,
know
yeah, it was an illusion, bro.
Yeah,
It's an
you have an
illusion. It's a
illusion of
deception.
free will. That's all it is. You have an illusion of free will. And we know that Muhammad was interacting with these Christians and Jews and things, right? But what you are doing, you're trying to borrow from the Christian paradigm and fit it into your religion, when in fact that don't fit in your religion. If you want free will, come to Christ. You can have free will in Christ. In Jesus Christ, in Christianity, you can have free will. Our God doesn't force us to do things.
I'm not saying that Allah, right, and his writings are wrong. I'm not saying what he wrote is wrong. I'm saying what he wrote about my future is wrong. I'm saying, right, and listen to me carefully when I says, what I'm saying is that the choices I have made, right, let's say I get a preview of my life before and after, right, and like I get to see all the choices I've done, right, and obviously I've done some stuff in this world that I want to change, right, but as I'm living and doing it, as I'm being here in this world, the choices I make, right, have already been written down because those are the choices that's already been done or already are going to be done.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Can you, or me, let's use me because I'm a disbeliever, can I believe and become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will for me to believe?
If you ultimately plan to not become a Muslim,
that ain't what
then
I
yes,
asked you.
Allah
That
has
ain't what
made-
I asked you. You're always trying to add
Wait,
in
look,
these
look.
extra clauses. If
No,
I'm a
asking you a
disbeliever,
question,
if
cutting
I'm
you
a
off.
disbeliever, can I become a believer if Allah doesn't want me to?
All right, and listen, this is the answer to your question, all right? If you decide, right, if you decide to not become a believer, right, then this is something Allah has written down as something you have chosen to not do.
You see how you always trying to add in extra things.
What am I adding in?
Like I said, if I am not a believer. Can I believe if Allah don't want me to believe? Can you guide me if Allah misguided me?
Can I guide you if Allah misguided you?
Yeah.
If Allah has written down that I am to not be able to guide you, right? Then I'm not able to guide you.
Thank you. You
Because that's
just proved
already
my
what
point.
has
So
happened.
Allah already
Because that's
wrote it
already that's
down.
We're admitting
already
it finally,
that's
bro.
already
You can't
that's
override
You
what he
can't
wrote
overlie,
down,
bro.
bro. You can't.
You can't do
It's
it.
not your choice. He wrote it
okay,
down.
but
It's
again,
done.
it's
It's
not
done.
what
That's why you're a
it's not
slave. That's why you
it's
call
not
yourself
what
a
he
slave to
wrote
Allah.
down. It's not what he wrote down. He's writing down the things you have done.
Okay. Let me ask you a question,
He's
Ibs.
not writing your life out for
Ibs,
you.
one last
He's writing
Ibs, one last question. Why do y'all say Allahu Alam after everything?
Allahu Allah.
Allahu Alam. Or
Allahu
Inshallah.
Akbar.
I mean Inshallah, my bad. Inshallah.
No. Listen, Allahu Alam.
No,
Allahu
yeah,
Alam.
I meant Inshallah. Why do y'all say that?
That's if God wills.
Thank you. Only things can happen if God wills it. And y'all say
Okay,
this
wait.
every day. Inshallah. So if anything gonna happen, it's by Allah's will. You have no free will. Because y'all even admit it every time. Y'all say, oh, I might come by your house tomorrow. Inshallah.
When we say inshallah, the context of will in this is by saying with the assistance of God.
Is his will? Will it be his will to assist you?
In the context of this, right? Will is being used
Is his will
help
hold
or
on.
assistance
If
or,
he insists you in doing it, is it by his will?
we're going back and forth. I've already told you,
Okay.
right?
Thanks for coming, man.
When
Thanks
I-
for
when
coming
he-
to Ibs. Thanks for coming, bro. We just going in circles. I can't make you believe with things that's in your own religion. If you don't want to stay, have this illusion, you in the matrix, red pill, blue pill. Which one you gonna take? I got the red pill right here. You want the blue pill? I'm gonna give you the blue pill. It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
Who's next? What you say your name was, brother?
Me, Saleh.
Saleh. Anybody
No,
else
I-
want to talk to Saleh? I gotta get some more something to drink.
Actually, I do want to talk to Bear. He said something about Israel and Palestine a second ago.
No, we're not talking. We're not a political platform, bro.
No, he said if God willed,
It's not a
Israel,
political
Palestine to
platform, bro.
happen.
It's not a political platform.
No, we're not gonna talk about the political stuff.
Okay.
He'll talk
Other
to you
than
about
that,
theology or something, but we don't do the Israel
other than
Palestine.
that, it's 12. It's like 4:30 where I am, and I have to go like early tomorrow, so I can't stay up that late.
So,
Bro, did I leave for your evil?
Yeah, if I be slits leaving, I'm gonna leave too.
I'll be heading out.
Are you staying to
Have a
talk or
wonderful
not?
day.
No.
Okay, all right. See you later.
All right, both of y'all
Alright.
watch your heads, then, bro.
All right. Have a blessed day.
You too. Insane.
Wow. Yo, word.
What up, man?
Just to go with that idea, I know you were sharing about Abu Bakr, crying that he doesn't know if he's going to make it to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have these sources already, but the hadith on Muhammad crying as well. Sahih Bukhari, Volume 5, Book 58, number 266. Uthman fell ill, and he ended up passing away.
Oh yeah.
And people are praising him because he's a beloved disciple.
Right.
And I bear witness that Allah has honored you. On that, the Prophet said, how do you know that Allah has honored him? See, this is Muhammad saying, how do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
I replied, I do not know. May my father and my mother be sacrificed for you, O Allah's apostle. But who else is worthy of it, if not Uthman? That's a good question, right?
Yeah.
A beloved disciple. He said, as to him, by Allah, death has overtaken him. I hope the best for him. By Allah, though I am the apostle of Allah, yet I do not know what Allah will do to me.
Yeah, I didn't have to pull that.
Are you kidding me?
I didn't have to pull that one out because he admitted to that one. He's like, "Yeah, I know, yeah," because nobody knows what Allah's
Right.
going to do. So I didn't have to pull that one out. But yeah. What up, Logic?
Hey man, sometimes you just gotta ask the Muslim man.
Hey, do you like the Quran, man?
Straight
Dude.
up. They
Do,
love
do you
me.
even like the Quran, bro?
I don't think they like being Muslim.
Hello?
What's up, Jay? Are you Muslim?
No.
Did you see those
Uh,
red letters right there? Can you read that for me?
I did. And assalamu alaikum.
I thought you said you wasn't Muslim.
I'm not. But I wanted to approach the conversation, if allowed, from a different perspective.
From what perspective?
So,
So what do you
devout
believe in?
Christian.
What do you believe in?
Oh, yeah, definitely Christianity. More or less a version of the King James Bible, traditional United States American.
I don't even know what that
But,
mean. I don't even know what that mean, bro.
give me a second, I'll let you know.
So you a KJV
So-
only?
No. So, but the Quran, I just went to a funeral this weekend. Very passionate, faithful Muslim grandmother that helped raise me, and I thought it was important that I chimed in simply because I didn't find much of a difference between the words spoke between Allah, Jesus. There was no difference. It was just
Watch your head, man.
Yeah, man, it must be
Yo.
all the same thing, bro. Just because you heard that. Yeah,
Watch
that's
your
right.
head.
It's
Watch
all
your
the
head,
same
man.
Bruh.
thing. We all worship the same God. Yeah.
He up here
I was
with that.
Middle of the
wondering
sentence.
if your drop button was working. Word.
Man.
I was
That made it kinda
wondering
funny,
if
though.
it was working.
Yeah, it worked.
Middle of the sentence word. I
It
didn't
worked.
see that coming.
Yeah, it worked.
Alright.
Yeah, people that come up and say that, you wonder, man, do you even read?
He ain't read the Bible like that, man.
You can't. Come on now.
All right, there you go.
Oh, here he go.
There you go, Logic.
Nope.
Life.
Nope.
Bear. One of y'all.
Nope.
One of y'all. Go ahead.
I knew you was finna try to pawn him off to me. Nope, I'm cool. Hey, Logic just got up here, man. Give him a fresh one, man. You know, Logic trying to cool off a little bit. Give him
Logic?
something to work with.
Look, man, I'm just trying to load up till London, cuz.
Nah, Logic. You just
There you
hold
go.
on. You was talking to good Logic the other day on your stream.
For probably 5 seconds.
He's not no worse than Muslim Tiger here.
No, he's not worse than Muslim.
Yeah, they about what
I mean,
tit for tat.
Yeah,
You
they
see
both
that
do.
Muslim Tiger? Everybody's scared of you, man. You must be doing something.
I would say that you could probably have you got a more coherent conversation with Muslim Tiger though.
Oh, let's see it. Demonstrate.
We'll have one.
Demonstrate
there,
that,
man.
Logic. Demonstrate that, bro. I want to see this.
Let's see it.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but I'm glad.
Let's see it.
That's cool.
I'm glad Logic.
We got your back, Muslim
Hey,
Tiger.
we could.
know
Hey,
you're
we
scared.
could. We could neither confirm nor
Nor
deny what
deny.
Logic said. Man.
Look, I'm gonna pass him to the half brain. Go ahead, peace.
Go ahead,
Hey,
peace.
just say we believe, man.
Why y'all running from Muslim Tiger, bro?
He too good.
DJ, you want to talk to Muslim Tiger?
I was too
I'm
busy.
good,
I
man.
was too busy thinking about how Iblis was whispering in his ear like this. Look.
Check that out, man. I thought I was tripping, man.
Le do affirmage.
Bro, all I heard was
I'm scared to talk to Muslim Tiger because I be feeling like he don't even hear me. That's my only thing with him. I feel like he
be
don't.
like that.
Yeah, I feel like he don't even hear me when I say something. So I've tried plenty. I've tried too many times, bro. So You know, somebody else. Yeah, you can go
Believe
ahead
it
and
or not.
take.
He
You
must
know,
not know he
you
on
can take it.
stage because he would have been said something by now. Muslim Tiger.
Believe it or not, man, back in like 2014, 2013, me and Muslim Tiger used to talk all the time, man, on Facebook. We used to call each other while we was
Get out of
working
here,
and
bro.
stuff.
Get out of here.
I'm serious.
You're not a Muslim yet? What?
No, man. You know?
Muslim
Oh,
Tiger, are you here?
10 years ago, Avery, you said you're coming to Australia. I'm still waiting for you, bro.
Oh, there you go. Come on, Barrett. Go ahead and talk
Yeah,
to Muslim Tiger.
we'll be out there.
Yeah,
Hey,
Bookie,
we're
ask him if Allah, is evil.
Can you trust Allah, Muslim Tiger?
With
man,
all
where was
my
you?
With all my
I wonder where you was at when I was in Australia, man.
When were you here?
Last year.
Oh, right. I didn't see you. Did you go on live to say that you're in Australia?
Yeah, I was live for a few hours.
Yeah, I remember.
Who did you meet here? Who
He
did
met-
you meet in Australia from TikTok? Did you meet
He
anyone?
he didn't meet anybody from TikTok, but some imam cooked him at the masjid.
Yeah,
Right.
a Muslim came up to me and everything. I ended up, had to cook him because you wasn't around.
Why you didn't tell me?
Yeah.
The imam asked Life. The imam asked Life, where did Jesus say he was a Christian? And Life froze.
Froze. I was done.
He couldn't even
Telling you.
couldn't get past the
That was
first
the best question he
phase
could have
one.
ever asked. I didn't.
So,
I didn't know what to say after that.
Sorry, guys, but I was chiming into the whole conversation. You're talking about free will, but you guys have the same thing in the Bible. So why are you pushing that on us when you have the same thing
No,
in
we
your Bible?
don't.
Yeah, you do. Did Jesus have his own free will?
Who gonna talk to Muslim Tiger?
Yeah.
Who's gonna
Jesus
talk
had
to
his
him?
own free will.
Listen. With Bear,
Did Jesus have his own free will?
with Bear, I'm a whole brain and a half. So
Yeah. You want to talk
not
to
just
him,
half a
Peace?
brain.
Go ahead.
I'm a
Talk.
whole brain and a
Go
half.
for it.
Go ahead,
Go
Peace.
for it.
I'm going on mute. Go ahead. Bear got your back. He ain't gonna let you drown.
I'll speak to logic on this one.
Oh, he want to talk to. He calling out Logic. That's crazy. His old bestie.
Logic already said he don't want to talk to you.
That's
He
crazy.
said
He already
I
said
don't
he's
even know what
scared of you.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I've done to Logic. I mean, I don't know why he's upset. He blocked me for one.
You scared him. He told you already.
He said you used all
I
of
don't
your Verizon minutes. He can't talk to you no more.
He used up all his free
He
minutes.
used all the free minutes, bruh.
Life. Do you want to engage in the free will topic?
Nah, man.
Maybe Bear will. Why is
You
everyone
got
scared of me?
I
What
don't know.
about that?
Why y'all scared of?
Everybody's scared of you, but you scared of me. So I don't know.
No, I just don't speak to females.
Why not?
I'm scared of him, man. I've been doing good all day. I've been calm all day. So
Life, you go ahead and talk to him about your new topic, bro.
he would never be
Dude,
able to
that
track.
was a good one. I like both the topics. It's pretty good.
Yeah, talk to
Yeah,
him
he
about
wouldn't be
your
able to track.
It's always like the slightest tweak to like the same topic,
Yeah.
which ends up being really good. So that was a good point from earlier.
Appreciate it. Yeah, but I mean, he wouldn't track. I promise you, he wouldn't track.
I got
He's
faith.
gonna
I
end
got
up
faith in
asking me
Muslim
something
Tiger.
else.
I got faith in him.
Well, one sec. Life, you keep saying this stuff about me, but what have I run away from your topic from?
Everything.
Can you show me? Give me one example where I ran away from your topic.
Any of my topics, you come up and you say Christianity. You just did it right now when you got up here.
Yeah,
you guys talk about free will in Islam, but in Christianity, you
because
literally
you
just
can't-
did it.
Okay, imagine I bring up an argument to Christians where my religion teaches the same thing.
The problem is one, you'd have to establish why it is or isn't an issue. So when you say, well, but in Christianity, you guys have the same thing, the problem is that have you admitted that it's an issue or not? Because then
No, it's
your
not an issue.
misconceptions can be your misconceptions could be figured out later. But you instantly come up and say you guys have the same problem. So do you believe what we're posing is a problem, or do you believe that it just is what it is, but you guys have the same thing?
No, because you're making it out to be a problem. That's what I mean by that. I don't
Okay, so
find
you don't have a problem with Allah forcing you to commit adultery.
No, so the thing here is when it comes to when it speaks about free will in Islam, you nor I, you as a Christian, nor a Jew, nor as a Muslim, nor as a Hindu, nor as anyone, no one can do anything but the will of God.
Okay, so you don't have
So
a
I'll give you
problem
an
with
example.
Allah forcing. Wait, you say you don't have a problem with Allah's pen overtaking you and forcing you to commit adultery or whatever act you're
Okay.
supposed to commit. You don't have a problem with that.
You know what it means by when Allah writes everything? Do you know what that
I'm
means?
I'm I'm asking you, do you have a problem with that? Do you have a
Yeah, I'm
problem
trying
with
to
that?
make you understand what he means by the pen. So,
But
for
that's not
example,
what I'm asking. I'm not asking you what he means. I'm asking you, do you have a problem with it?
I don't have any problem with what Allah does, bro. I
Okay,
got
so
very
the
common
answer is
sense.
okay, so the
Why would
answer
I?
is yes. Wait.
Why would I
Hold on,
doubt my
wait.
God?
Wait. So the answer is yes. You don't have a problem with Allah forcing you to commit adultery.
No, I said I don't have a problem with Allah knowing what's going to happen to me in the future. I never said yes to what
There
you
it
said.
is. There it is. That's the
When
point. There it is. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. That's the point, bro. The argument is there's no free will in Islam. So for you to say whataboutism means you disagree with the position at hand. So you need to disagree with the position at hand, show how your position works, and show how our position is flawed. And then you can go into your but. You guys actually have this problem. Don't come up saying we have the same
Okay,
problem when you just turned around and said what we're talking about is not true.
okay. So the point I'm making to you is God's will overpowers everyone's will.
You see, y'all see what I'm talking about?
What am I
He
talking?
ain't hear nothing. He ain't hear
What did
nothing
I
I
say
said.
wrong? What did I say wrong?
You're still trying to you must not know what whataboutism is. Whataboutism means that you have the same issue. If you're
No.
up here telling us that what we are telling you or telling other people about Islam is not true, then that means we don't have the same issue. Do you get it?
I'm saying according to the Bible, with what you're presenting, you have the same thing about free will, where God, you can't do anything without the will of God. Nor
No
did
one is
Jesus.
no. Listen. No one is going to allow you to address whataboutism until you understand the position.
Oh,
Your
But
hey,
that's
position.
not even
You
true.
said
That's
you
not even
guys
hey, you're
have
true.
the
not
I know your
same
understanding.
position.
right,
Hey, man,
right.
I don't know if you understand. Like,
But
it's
that's
a
what I'm saying. He doesn't
it's a
understand
two point fallacy.
whataboutism.
I know your position. You're saying that whatever we do is because Allah made us do it. That's what you're saying. Allah
So
forced us to do it.
prove that that's not true, and then go into the Bible, and
Okay, no worries.
then your misconceptions can be cleared
Okay,
up. But don't
okay, no
come
worries.
up. But
No
don't.
worries.
But this is what you always do. You do it wrong, and maybe today is where we find out you may have not understood what you've been doing this entire time. When you come up and you say you guys have the same problem, that means that you're admitting that what we're saying is true, but we're also in the same boat as you.
No, that's not right. The problem, when I say problem, it's because you're making it a problem. Get that straight.
Brother, I don't. Somebody else can go. I don't think he's
Say
understanding
what I
what we're
mean.
talking
Say what I
about.
mean.
You know.
Bro, Amen. What he's saying is that you have to first address the argument before you go into pointing anything about the Bible. So what he's asking you is it true or false? Did Allah force you of over your will? Like, do you have free will or not?
I'm
And then
saying
address whatever your position is.
we all have free will. I'll give you an example with a verse of the Quran to prove that. Okay? Do you want me to give you the verse?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, nice.
I know you are, but what am I?
It's too
It's a two quote.
That's
This is
all
what
they
it is.
do, bro. That's all they do. I know you are, but what am I?
Chapter 4, verse 79. Have a read.
This dude is too hell bent on saying what he wants to say that he's not even hearing the correction that we're giving him. No one is even debating him. We're just telling him how to do what he's trying to do, and he still wants to answer the question as if he's fixing something. This is crazy, bro.
Bro,
We're literally
here
on
to
stage
speak about
trying to
free will.
help you. We're trying to help you do what you're trying to do, and
No,
all
because
you can do is justify Like, I don't understand what's going on,
No
bro.
life.
I don't
I'm
see.
rubber and you're glue. What bounces off of me sticks to you.
So I'm here to speak about free will and to show you that we do have free will, just like you do. But the will of God overpowers our free will.
So did you understand how when I explained to you when you come on stage, the way you came on stage is not how you do what you're doing now? Did you understand that?
Bro, you're saying that I come up and I say the same problem is within yourself. Yeah, you guys have that problem
That's
yourself.
exactly what
See,
you
he
that's
doing it again.
that's right. That's literally what you said. Would you like me to play yourself back to you?
Bro, you can do whatever you want.
You're being recorded, so if I play it, if I find the clip
You know what
and
the
I
funny
play
thing
it,
is,
what would
Life?
you say?
You know what the funny thing is, Life? Not once
Nah,
have I
look,
come
you know
to
what
Life.
the funny thing
Cursed
is.
you.
Not,
I have
not
not
a funny
cursed you.
thing got to
I
come
have
out.
not cursed you. I've
The
not raised my voice.
cognitive
You guys always
dissonance
got
is
me.
crazy.
And all I do is
Now
address
he just instantly went into complaining when I told him I'm gonna get him a clip of what he said.
You're making it
Now
sound
is
like
you know what, Life?
Oh.
You know what, man? You know what the funny
Hello?
thing is, man? You know what the funny thing? Hey, you know what the come on, man. You know what
Can you guys hear me?
the thing
Chapter
is,
4, verse
man.
79. Have a read.
These Muslims, man. They don't want
Hello?
correction. They just want to talk.
Chapter
What's
4,
up?
verse
Hold
79.
on. Some.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if you guys were hearing me or not.
Yeah, are you Muslim?
I'm Muslim, yeah.
Oh, okay. Watch your head, Muslim Tiger. Watch your head. We ain't gonna get nowhere, Muslim
No,
Tiger.
But wait, did you guys remove it?
Yeah, cause you hear what he's
Here
doing.
we go again.
Is she asking us a question?
I'm looking for another Muslim to bring up with you.
Well, let me respond to her. Let me respond to her really quick. You know you know what the funny thing is, man?
What?
Shoot, it's just like a lot happens, you know. You know what the funny
That's
thing
so
is?
funny.
You know what the funny thing is, some.
What?
You don't know what the funny thing is?
I'm not sure I'm getting what you guys are trying to tell me.
You know what, man?
Sometimes it is what it
It
is.
is what it is.
That's what it is.
You
Sometimes
know
the thing,
the funny
the
you know
funny
the
thing.
funny thing is, man.
You know what's funny about that? That's funny.
Man.
All right, who gonna
Every
talk to
time I'm gonna use
some?
that every time I want to deflect.
Yeah, you know what it is.
You know what, man?
Don't mind us.
Oh, that-
after like 12 o'clock, we get goofy. So don't.
Yeah. Okay. No, where I am, it's like 7 in the morning. So I'm.
Oh, you wide awake.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Now we get goofy. What you wanted to participate in the topic? Oh, what's up?
Yeah, because I was watching it like from earlier when you guys were talking about you guys actually talked about several topics, but I think the one was like can Muslims trust Allah, which was the one that I got interested in the most.
Okay. Let me see if Shane, you on the panel? Are you a Muslim?
Yeah, I am a Muslim. Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
I'm a recently converted Christian, believe it or not, sir.
Oh, you converted from what?
I was a pagan, heathen pagan.
Oh, okay. Well, brother, we're just looking for Muslims right now. I will open a Christian stream probably tomorrow or something. You can more than welcome to come back. Just give me a follow.
Studied Islam. Yeah, I studied Islam for about 10 years when I served in the war. So I know the Quran almost by memory.
Okay. Yeah, I it's just because I got like 7 Christians up here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want to overflood the Muslims with too much. But you can give me a follow and you can come back tomorrow.
Absolutely. You guys have a great night. God bless.
All right, you too, brother. God bless you. Watch your head, big dog. All right, let's see if I can get a Muslim up here with Sister some. So she can have some reinforcements, you know. Teray, you a Muslim? Duck and cover, bro. Duck and cover. What was? Yeah, it's about that time. Who wanna talk to some? Bear, Logic, Life, DJ, one of y'all.
Tell you what, I had my headphones on when you brought that other dude up. I don't appreciate that, man.
Me either, man. That was loud.
That was still been crazy. I'll talk to her.
Go ahead. Somebody talk to her.
What's up, something? You had a question or something with the topic you were talking about?
Yeah, no, because I was just I came in when you guys were talking about like can you trust Allah and like free will, and I think you discussed it with I don't remember his name. I think it was like the Muslim Tiger and the other one before.
That was Ibs that was up here.
Yeah, Ibs. By the way, your mic is like a
okay.
little I don't know if you could fix it.
Oh,
But
can you guys hear me?
Echoey or reverb or something's happening.
yeah, it's doing something.
Oh, okay, so wait, I'm wearing headphones. Let me take them off. Do you guys hear me now?
That's better.
Better.
Okay. Because I was just wondering, like, on the topic on when you guys were talking about free will and how basically you guys came to the conclusion that Muslims don't have free will.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think one of you guys brought forth the hadith where Abu Bakr was talking about adultery and how everything is
predetermined.
Basically written.
Predetermined.
Yeah, sorry. English is not my first language, so I sometimes get nervous when I.
You sound good to me.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, no, so I was just I wanted to add on to basically to explain. The thing is, when we say by the will of God, it's basically because everything on earth is because of the will of God. You understand? So like everything in existence is because of God. We cannot exist without God. We are the creation. So for us, when we say, oh, if God willing, it's what we mean by that is basically that if God wills, it will happen. If it doesn't will, nothing. If God won't do it, it can't be done.
Yeah, so that's the point, right? Because
Yeah.
what he was reading.
But here's the thing: you have free will, as in you are responsible for your actions. You are given a command to follow God and His message. What you choose to do with that is up to you. You will be the one that is held accountable for your actions. So therefore, like, you can't say that for example, everything is written for you, but you have your own thoughts, you have your own decision making. It's your decision if you want to follow your desires or if you want to follow what you know it's righteous.
So that sounds all great, but that's not what it says in that hadith that he was reading about Abu Bakr. It says you cannot go against what the will of Allah is for you. And there's another hadith as well that talks about creation. That all of his deeds are written before they even receive a soul.
Yes.
And the deeds of evil and good are decided beforehand.
Yeah. So basically what it is, your life is written for you. If you choose, here's the thing, if I do a sin and it was written for me way before I existed that I was going to commit this sin, I get to choose, do I turn back to God or am I going to die on this sin or continue and just live that lifestyle? That's basically.
So you're saying you can override whatever Allah has written for you?
The thing is, if something is written for you, it will happen. The thing is, we pray 5 times.
And who wrote it?
God wrote it. God is in
Okay,
control of
so
everything.
if God wrote it, then that decides your decisions of what you're gonna do, not the other way around.
It's your actions and what you choose to do and what leads up to that, that is completely up to you. But if some things,
How if Allah writes it for you before you exist?
because the thing is, here's the thing. Your life is written for you. That you was going to get born this day, you were going to die this
Is
day.
that before you exist or after you exist?
Before you existed.
Okay, good. So then you had no ability to make that choice. It was only God, correct?
To exist?
No, the whatever is being written down, you
Yeah.
have no participation in that decision, right?
I cannot foresee the future, so it is what God has written for me, yes.
Correct. So then that means, and if you can't override Allah's will, that means Allah made those decisions for you. Not you did not make those decisions.
The thing is, you can control what decisions you make. There's different paths you can take in life. So the thing is, something might have been written for you, but because for example, let's say okay, let me find an example. If you are someone who is living a certain lifestyle, and it was written that you were going to do this one action, for example. If you choose to change your mind, that means that you have decided to not do that. Some things are decreed for you and it is to happen, whether that was a lesson for you to learn, whether that was something for you to, I don't know the future, but at the end of the day, you have a mind, you have, the message was given to you, you know right from wrong. What you choose to follow, it's up to you. Therefore,
That's like I said, you're saying all of this, that sounds great, but that's not what your
that is
religion says.
that
It's
is
just not what your
literally.
religion says. You can
Okay,
say
so
that all
give
day
me an
long,
example.
and you can say that all day long and say it till you're blue in the face.
Okay,
That's
but
not
give
what
me
your
an
that's
example
not what
that
your
is not.
Can I please finish?
Absolutely.
That's not what your religion says.
Hmm. Can you give me an example?
Yes, the hadith that they were reading. I can give you another hadith if you want.
Okay.
Which one you want to reference, Bear? Either the
Sahih al-Bukhari 3208. I think you might have read it earlier. I was in and out.
You can
The
be
angels.
a forearm span away from paradise, and what's written for you takes over.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Allah sends an angel who's ordered to write 4 things.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll read it for you. Abdullah bin Masud said, the messenger of Allah narrated to us, and he is the trustful and entrusted one. Indeed, the creation of one of you is gathered inside his mother in 40 days. Then for a similar period, he is a clot. Then for a similar period, he is a piece of flesh. Then Allah sends the angel to him to blow the soul into him, and he is ordered to write 4 things. To write his provision, his lifespan, his works, and whether he will be wretched or happy. By the one besides.
I'll stop right there real quick.
Okay.
Stop right there, word. This is being written before the person is created.
Yeah.
And this is Allah writing it.
Yes.
And it's his works, his deeds, right? What he will do.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that means the person they're writing about doesn't exist and has no participation in this decision. Correct?
What is written for him? Okay, I think you're confusing what God knows and is written. Here's the thing. God is all-knowing. He knows everything that is going to be written about me, my lifespan, when I was born, when I'm dying, everything that is in God. All of that is God's knowledge. I don't have knowledge about that, and that is written down.
We're gonna keep reading, okay? I understand that God has foreknowledge. That's fine, but let's put that to the side because foreknowledge is not a cause, okay? We want to see if this writing down is a cause of their behavior, okay? So go ahead, Word, if you can finish it.
Right, and it says, by the one besides whom there is none other worthy of worship, one of you would do the deeds of the people of paradise, until there is between him and it but a forearm span. Then he is overcome by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of the fire, so that he enters it. And indeed, one of you would do deeds of the people of the fire until there is between him and it but a forearm span. Then he is overcome by what is written for him, and he is sealed off with the deeds of the people of paradise, so that he enters it.
So he is overcome. So that is what decides his behavior, is what was written for him. And that's before he existed.
Here, okay, I think you guys are confusing the hadith, because the thing is you are not possessed. Something can, okay, if God knows that you are someone who is going to live a sinful life, and that is already written for you, and you choose in your own, while you're living, to live that lifestyle and die upon that, then yes, that is the circumstances for you. However, you can always, what you choose to do, it's up to you. No one can force me to do anything.
If Allah writes that I will not be a Muslim, right? If that's written down for me, can I choose against it?
Here's the thing. In Islam, we believe that we have fitrah. It's something.
I think she got a call.
Sorry?
I think you might have had a phone call or something, because you went off the screen for a bit.
Oh, no, sorry. So we have something called fitrah. It's someone's innate nature. As creations, we know that we have a creator. So if you are presented with the message of God, and you choose to, and you refuse that, even if it's been presented to you, that is your decision.
I'm not talking about that. My question was, if it is written for me to not, by Allah, to not be a Muslim, can I go against that?
The thing is, if it's in your innate nature to be a Muslim,
Doesn't matter. I'm just asking, can I, if Allah wrote it down that I will not be a Muslim, can I choose against that?
Listen, this is the same thing.
Can my will override his will?
The thing is, if you are misguided and you choose to be misguided, and that is what
you're not, respectfully, you're not. I understand what you're saying, but you're not answering the question.
No, but the thing is,
I think the reason why is because you know the repercussions of answering it. You know that no human can override God's will, right?
Oh my God, you guys are confusing this. Okay, here's the thing. You're asking me if it's written for you, then it cannot be done, basically.
Can I go against it?
The thing is, if you choose to not believe, listen, no one can force you to believe. That's the whole point.
He can't, or he can?
No one can. It's you that decide what you believe in. If you want to take the message,
if Allah wrote down that I would not be a Muslim, can I go against that?
And you choose not to believe that, then yes, that is what's going to happen. But if you
I choose to believe Islam, but Allah wrote it down that I would not believe Islam, can that happen?
The thing is, if you choose Islam,
oh my God, dude.
No, but that is.
It's like a broken record. All right, let me ask you this. Do you believe real quick? So we're going around in circles. Do you believe your God is all good?
I believe he's fair, and all good. Yes.
I didn't ask if he was fair. I asked, do you believe he's all good?
Yes.
Does he have any evil within him?
No.
No. Okay, none at all. Correct?
No.
Who created evil?
He created evil. There are people who are evil.
So is it his will to create evil?
You asked me if he created evil or if he was evil. I said he created evil. God is not evil.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
He created evil. Yeah. Was it within his will to create evil?
Yes.
It was. So that means there was evil within his will.
Oh my God, guys. If he created evil, right?
Uh-huh.
Then if that is what he wants, he created, then that is created. The thing is, I don't understand your question, to be honest.
All right, let me break it down. If he
Okay.
is all good, that means he cannot have evil within him. You agree to that, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is Allah's will within him?
Yeah,
Okay. Did he create evil?
yes.
That means he willed evil.
To exist? Yeah.
Exactly. So he desired evil.
God is not evil, though.
Is he the cause of all evil?
No,
Is he the source of evil?
no.
So then how did he, if he's not the source, how is he the creator of evil?
Okay, the thing is, so wait, by your logic, because God created evil, then
He is the source of
He's the
evil.
source of
he's the
evil.
source of evil, by your logic.
That's by any logic.
Okay, here's the thing. So God created the creation, right? The creation can be evil. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Did he create evil?
God created the angels, the humans, the jinns, the devils.
I'm just asking, did he create evil?
Some of his creation became evil, yes.
I didn't ask if they became evil. I asked, did he create evil?
He created creations that did do corruption and
Okay.
evil.
In your Quran, chapter 113, verse 2, says that evil comes from him.
Yep. She had to go look that up. Allah, I mean, this is just a problematic God, bro. Why would
super problematic?
Why would God create evil? I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah, by the very logic, this is why the other guy was bringing up Palestine, because I mentioned this. That means what the Israel government is doing to Palestine is Allah is the source of that.
Not even just the source, is his will.
Explain
Right,
that.
because they can't
Because-
do nothing without Allah's will.
It's easier for me to explain since we have an example to go from. Okay, so we can use, for example, a corrupt leader, a corrupt nation that is.
Thumbs up. Did you read the verse?
Oh no.
Tell her again,
Stick
Bear.
to the verse.
Tell her again. She might have forgot.
Well, chapter 113, verse 2. I mean, you guys, verse 1, you guys, I believe you guys say this in your prayers every day.
That's just tough to even to hear you say it with your own mouth, like, my God created evil. What? It's just like blows my mind, and they don't have a problem
What it
with
is,
it.
bro, like Islam got created off of misunderstandings of Christianity.
Yeah.
Like they went along with things they saw weren't problematic with Christianity, went along with it, didn't realize the nuance to it, and fell into these traps. Like,
Okay,
it's
no,
a problem.
but can I ask you a question, please? Chapter 113.
Yeah, verse 2.
Yep. If he created it,
Yeah.
he's the source.
Yeah, it's another dilemma, because if he created evil, which he did, then he's not all good, because evil
No,
is
he can't
all,
be.
things, all things come from him.
Yeah, he
He
can't.
desires, he wills evil.
The thing is, here's the thing. God created all creations. This is what we believe, okay? I'm going to try to simple it down because your questions are honestly confusing me. So the thing is, no, I'm going to say it very, very easily. God created the creation. what the creation choose to do if they want to follow. The devils did not want to follow. They created evil and corruptions. Now, if you choose to kill someone to be evil, that is up to
You can't use that.
You
You
will have
can't
to
use
deal
that
with the
word.
consequences.
You can't use that K word, sister.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's TikTok.
But if you
TikTok real sensitive about that.
Oh, okay, sorry. But if you want to do spread corruption, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Did Allah will it?
So if you want to do corruption, that is an evil from you, not God Himself.
That's not true.
Yeah, but he created evil.
Let me read.
But he still created.
Let me read her a verse real quick, because what she said is not. It's just not true in Islam. Chapter 4. Verse 78. I'm bringing it up. Bear with me. 478, it says, wherever you may be, death will overcome you, even if you were in fortified towers. When something good befalls them, they say, this is from Allah. But when something evil befalls them, they say, this is from you. Say, O prophet. So now Allah is telling the prophet to say, both have been destined by Allah. So what is the matter with these people? They can hardly comprehend anything. So even evil and good is destined by Allah. It all comes from Allah. It's crazy because they say it with their chest.
Yeah. Chapter 37, verse 94 too also says, and there's a rebuttal to this, but the hadith, the tafsir just kind of kills it. Hold on, I think it's 94, 96. Yeah, 96. I'll read it 95. It says, he argued, how can you worship what you carve with your own hands when it is Allah who created you and whatever you do? Now, the Arabic can say whatever you make, referring to the idols. But still, that means that he created the action of idols,
the idols.
Of idol making.
Yeah.
Right. But the tafsir says both translations in Arabic could be true. Whatever you do or whatever you make. But because of the hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari, the one that we read earlier, Ibn Kathir says the better translation is whatever you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he created whatever you do.
All your actions.
The evil.
Actions of...
Okay, so here's the thing. We believe that nothing is... Basically, we can't do nothing without the will of God, basically, right? So if everything... For me to be able to breathe, for example, it has to be by the will of God. But here's the thing. If I do something wrong, that is something I did. And that is my actions. It doesn't...
Can you show us in the Quran what you're saying right now?
But even then, that's a contradiction. Because you can't do nothing if it's not by the will of God. You just said that. So even if if you do something wrong, it have to be by the will of God, because you said.
Yeah, it is written for me, but initially it's my action.
No, it's the will of God's action, because you cannot override Allah's will.
So are you saying Allah couldn't have wrote it differently?
The thing is, it can be written differently. It's up to your actions. It's what you choose to do.
I understand. So whatever Allah wrote, could he have wrote it differently?
The thing is, what...
I'm just asking. Like, just listen. You don't really answer my questions. Like, this is getting frustrating. Okay. Could Allah have written it differently?
Yeah.
He could have. So we dictate what he writes. So he is dependent on our actions and what he writes?
No.
Well, then how do you explain that he could have written it differently?
Because the thing is, here's the thing. You have free will. What you choose to do, God can write what he wants to. I cannot control God. What I can control, if I choose to do what has been, basically the message that has been brought to me, whatever it is in the hadith and in the Quran, that is what I can control. However, what is going to happen today, tomorrow, I don't know.
I don't
But
know.
at the
I
end,
don't know how that answers my question. I don't
okay,
know.
so the
You're
thing
going
is,
around
at the end, whatever decision I take, God knows. He's the all-knowing.
Hey,
It's like a
Samsu,
constant circle.
what can you tell me what does it mean to be created for a specific place?
Sorry?
What does it mean to be created for heaven?
What does it mean to be created for heaven?
Mm-hmm.
That something was created to reside in heaven. But I'm not sure what the question is. Like, what do you mean?
That was the question.
Okay.
Yeah. So would you like? Can you answer that more clear without adding stuff into it at the end? What does it mean to be created for heaven?
You were created to reside in heaven.
Thank you. What does it mean to be created for hell?
You were created to reside in hell.
All right, cool. Let me read you something.
Mm.
And a man said, O Allah's messenger, can the people of paradise be known, differentiated from the people of fire? The prophet said, yes. The man said, why do people try to do good deeds? The prophet said, everyone will do the deeds for which he has been created to do, or he will do those deeds which will be made easy for him to do, i.e., everyone will find easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place for which he has been created.
Damn.
So I think you just figured it out right there. Hopefully, if that don't help you, I don't know what to tell you.
That's one
No,
hell of a
here's the
passage.
thing. I don't disagree with the verse, okay? The verse is correct. However, one thing I found difficulty is I am not an expert on Quran, and being able to explain the tafsir of Quran, you're gonna have to go to someone who's an expert on it. Do you understand? You have to study the Arabic language. I cannot do that. And you have to see which context it's in. So the thing is, what I know in Islam, it's basically your actions is what determines if you are someone who's made for paradise or if you are someone who's made for hell. You have free will. No one can force you to do anything. However, you know what the command is. If you choose to follow it or if you do not choose to follow it, that is up to you. On the day that you will face God, you will have to answer.
You just said you didn't disagree with the hadith, and now you're saying the complete opposite of what he just read.
How did I do the
And then you said you're not an expert to even say all this.
No, the thing is, I said I cannot comment on the verse of the Quran that he did.
Then you proceed to comment.
And you said you agreed with it, that you don't disagree with it.
No.
Can you read it one more time? Because that was one hell of a passage.
Okay, no, wait. Can I say something? Can I finish first before he
I
reads
want to
it?
know what that said.
I agree with the verse, but if I'm gonna comment on the points and all of that, I cannot do that because I haven't studied the Quran like that. Do you understand?
But you're making claims.
No, that's what all the Muslims say when they get stuck.
Yeah,
they
that's
say the
what
same
they say.
thing. Like, oh, I'm not an expert. I came up here to comment, but I'm not an expert.
The question was, can Muslims trust Allah? That's why we came up here, though.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it ties hand in hand. I mean, you answered. I asked you two questions. You answered them perfectly. I read you what I read you, and then you like trying to make excuses.
No, I didn't make excuses. I agree with the verse. I believe in the Quran, and the thing is, I said that I cannot comment on that because if I haven't studied,
you already did.
Quranic sciences, I cannot sit here and argument for that.
But here's the thing: you already did. If someone created for hell is meant to reside in hell, then therefore, if Allah created someone for hell, they're meant to reside in hell. They're going to hell.
But your question for me, your question for me was, what does it mean if you ask me, what does it mean to reside in hell? No, to be made for hell. And
To
then
be
you
created for hell.
to
Yes.
be created for hell, and then you asked me to be created for heaven. And I asked you completely with no context. That is what it means. You asked me for the meaning of that one sentence you asked me,
What
right?
context do you need? If something is created for hell, then that means it's meant to reside in hell, right? You
So
just said that.
here's the thing. We believe in judgment day and that you will be questioned for your actions. And then with the mercy of God, then it will be put to a scale. That is what I
Okay.
can tell you. But I
Okay,
cannot
so
explain that.
Sun Tzu, if Allah created you for hell, can you go to paradise?
The thing is, oh my God, you guys don't understand. If the whole concept of if you are created for hell, it means literally that you have done the actions.
Can I ask you a question, Sum? If Allah
Yeah.
makes a promise, is he gonna keep it?
Absolutely.
Right. So you know Allah made a promise to hell that he will fill it up with mankind and the jinn kind.
Yeah.
So if Allah made this promise to hell, how would he execute this promise?
By the thing is, on the judgment day, basically everyone who did not follow what was commanded, their actions will be put to a scale.
But listen. If Allah
real quick.
if Allah made this promise, that means he has to fulfill this promise.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if he
Oh my
made
goodness.
this promise to fill up hell with
Okay, but
mankind and jinn kind,
Please don't say the thing is.
how would
Please
he?
just don't say the thing is.
Right, but
Okay.
how would he execute to this promise out to fulfill this promise?
By putting those who are basically those who. Okay, you're asking. Okay, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, yes. If he made that promise, then yes, that is what's gonna happen.
Right. So that means that he has to keep his promise to hell. So how is he
Yes.
going to guarantee that he keep his promise?
Okay, so here's the thing. The guaranteed is basically that there's judgment day.
That's not what I'm asking you. Even
Okay, so what is it
if
then?
it's judgment day and he's going to throw everyone in hell, how can he fulfill this promise? Make sure that he keeps his promise.
He's gonna make sure that he fulfills the way you're at. Can you rephrase that question one more time?
One more time. Allah made a
Okay.
promise to hell
Yeah.
that he's going to fill it up with jinn kind and mankind.
Yeah.
Right? So, in order because you said he is not going to make a promise that he's not going to keep. Right? So, in order to keep this promise, how is he going to make sure his promise is fulfilled to mankind? I mean, to hell.
By filling the hell up.
And how is he going to make sure hell get filled up?
By everyone's actions being put on the scale on the judgment day, and those who were corrupt will go to hell, and that hell will be filled up, and those who follow the message will enter paradise.
But remember, he made a promise. So on the day of judgment, that means there have to be enough people for him to fill his promise to hell, correct?
Okay. The thing is,
oh my God, I know. Can I answer?
Sister Peace.
The thing is,
Sister Peace. So
the thing is, in order for him to guarantee that, he would have to create people for hell. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. That means he's going to make sure that he create enough people and have them go to hell so he can fulfill his promise.
People start
to
doing
hell.
good deeds and no evil. he gonna make sure they do evil because he got to fulfill his promise.
Yeah.
He got to meet the quota.
He
He got to meet the quota.
he
He
gotta
gonna
meet his
make sure
quota.
that pen. He gonna make sure he write them evil stories in there. Make sure he wills it.
Because
Okay.
right,
Here's
Have
and
you
we
ever
get,
heard of cognitive dissonance? So I'll give you the definition, all
My
right,
least favorite
of
thing
what
ever.
it is, why it happens, and like how it manifests real quick. So maybe you can like reflect on it, okay? Cognitive dissonance is a psychological discomfort experienced when someone holds two or more conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes, or when their actions contradict their beliefs. Why this happens? This discomfort arises because humans strive for consistency in their thinking and actions. When inconsistencies are detected, it creates a psychological tension that motivates people to reduce it. People try to reduce dissonance by changing their beliefs, justifying their actions, or adding new information to make this situation seem less inconsistent.
That sounds
So
like bot mode.
yeah, so you need to like just reflect on that. Like
now,
look it up, see if maybe this is what you're doing. You know?
Okay.
right.
But the thing is,
Let me
The
be
thing is,
be clear.
okay,
We're
can
not
I say
here. We're
something
not.
though?
Yeah.
Can you please
I
not
just
make
wanna
fun
hold
of my
on.
English?
Some. I just wanna.
Okay.
I just wanna make something clear that we're not here to, get you in a gotcha moment or nothing like that. We're just trying to spark your curiosity and make you think a little bit deeper, right? Yeah, like make you just think a little bit deeper about what your Quran is really trying to convey and what your hadiths are really trying to convey. Now, I done met people up here, Muslims, they say, hey, we don't have no problem with that. Yeah, Allah predestined people for hell. We just got to make sure that we're not one of them, right? But how do you know for sure that you're not one of them?
Okay, so I think I maybe didn't, because I hear what you're saying, and I don't think I maybe worded myself correctly.
It's all good.
But the thing is, I didn't disagree with the fact that if it was people that were created for hell, there are evil people and that there are good people, and that is something that is going to be created. I completely agree with that.
So, okay, so do you think that Allah created these people specifically for hell?
Yes, the evil people, yes.
That's problematic.
So he created evil people.
Yeah, but another thing I would like to add to that is when people are born, you can choose basically your actions, you control that. If you want to be someone who's evil, if you want to be someone who's good, that is decisions that are up to you.
That contradicts everything you guys just talked about.
Yeah.
But how is that contradicting?
Because
you're making your argument into the Quran. That's not the.
Because if you just said some people were created for hell, right? That means they don't have a choice. They never had the choice to
you have
get to
the
heaven.
choice by making sure that you're not one of them.
So
that's why I'm saying that you have the free will to choose what kind of person you want to be.
So some.
Wait. Let me ask her this. Because she said something about her rebuttal to being created for hell was somehow based on the deeds that they do. But I don't think she remembered part of the hadith that I read literally says this. Muhammad said, everyone will do the deeds for which he has been created to do.
Yeah. It's not up to the person. It's up to
Can you say that
Allah.
one more time? Sorry.
The hadith says, the prophet said, this is just before I read what I read at the end. So the entire ending of the hadith gives you everything that you're trying to rebuttal. It says, the prophet said, everyone will do the deeds for which he has been created to do, or he will do those deeds which will be made easy for him to do. And this means he will find easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place for which he has been created. Meaning, the deeds that he's going to do, he was created to do those. The deeds that he found himself to be doing means that these were what he was going to do to lead him to the place he was going to go no matter what. He was created for that place. So no matter what he does, he's going to find himself in that place that Allah created him for. That's what it's saying.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. And then if you say that, and then if you say you don't want to be these people, well, how is this possible when you read the hadith that says this?
Okay. I agree. You made a great point, and I hear you. And I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but one thing is that you've taken one verse out of the Quran, which is, I hear you, it's correct.
No, we've read multiple hadiths,
Okay,
multiple
but
Quran
I'm
verses this
using-
entire time.
Okay, but
We didn't just take one.
I understand, and I agree, but now I'm referencing this one.
Well, I don't know why you guys like to try to denounce it like we've only read one thing. Here, I'll read another one then if that's a problem.
No.
Here's another one.
I'm not.
No, let me read it. No, let me read another one so you
Can I
won't say I just
answer
read.
this?
Hold
Can
on,
I
hold
answer
on.
this, and then you can do the next one, please?
Hold on, because just so you can say just so you can stop saying we only read one thing. I'm gonna read one more,
Okay,
and
if
this
I
one
said
is
that,
short.
then I'm wrong. Can I answer this, please?
Not yet. He
Okay.
said, Aisha, peradventure, it may be otherwise because, look at this, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins. Watch this. And created for hell those who are to go to hell. And he created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. So it's hand in hand with the other hadith. He's telling multiple people this.
Yeah.
You going to hell because Allah created you for hell. You can't do nothing about it. So go ahead. You can respond now.
Yeah, the thing is, here's the thing. The whole point is that you can, let's say you are, okay, let me try to get the right words. Basically, if something is written for you and you ask God for guidance, you can ask for forgiveness and that your prayer can be answered. What you have to make sure is ask God for mercy and always make sure that basically in Islam we believe that you ask to be saved from the hellfire. You don't know, you just try to do what you can to please God.
So is Allah's mercy, is it guaranteed?
Allah's mercy, Allah is the most merciful.
But is it guaranteed? But isn't guaranteed that He will forgive you?
If it's sincere, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna jump off in a minute, so I'm gonna let you know something. I'm gonna give you something that you can go home and think about. Because we're Christians, right? You don't have to be at the mercy of a God writing things and making you do things that you have no idea whether you're doing it because of your own free will or because of Allah's will. Okay? Now, in Christianity, we know that you have total free will, autonomy to do what you want to do. This is why our God allows people to either accept Him or they don't. And our God loves His creation so much that He's not going to compel them to do either, right? Because if God loves you, He wants that love to be reciprocated. But genuine love have to be free. The person that you're loving have to respond and reciprocate that love back to you freely with no strings attached. Because if you blackmail somebody or hold, a gun to their head and be like, you're going to love me, and they say, okay, yeah, I love you, do they really love you? Probably not. No, they're forced. They're being compelled to love you. In Christianity, the highest form of love that we witness is that Jesus died for us on the cross, and that was a gift. You can't force a gift upon anyone if they don't want a gift. You have to freely want the gift, and you receive the gift of what he did for us on the cross. And that will show and reciprocate the love back to him that he showed to us. It's all about free will and having a genuine relationship with God. You can't have a relationship with anyone, right? If you are compelled or forced to do so. This is what's unique about Christianity. And we also, okay, go ahead.
Okay, no, the thing is, I don't understand where. Okay, no, sorry. Continue. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm saying if you don't understand before I go too deep and you don't follow nothing else, what did you have a problem with?
No. The thing is, I was gonna say something, but then it's a whole nother thing. But continue.
All I'm saying is that our God wants a relationship with us, and he wants us to love him just like he loved us. And the only way you can achieve this is through freedom, having the freedom to do so, the freedom to choose to be in his presence or out of his presence. And he loves you on both terms, that he loves you so much. If you want to be in his presence, he's going to be with you. But if you don't love him, then he's not going to force himself on you because he loves you. Just like if you and one of your kids going into it and they're like, just please leave me alone right now. I need some time. You're not going to force yourself upon them, because they'll just pull more and more away. He wants to have a relationship with you freely. So he's not going to create anyone, and our God is not going to gyp people or, cheat people out of a chance to knowing him and come into a relationship with him freely. Because if he creates certain people for hell, then genuinely they didn't have a chance to know him freely and come to him on their own free will. We don't have this concept in Christianity, right? So there's a better way that you don't have to jump over these hurdles and do these mental gymnastics and then go back and be like, well, I got to look at the scholars, see what the scholars say about this. It's plain and simple and clear, to where you can have assurance on the afterlife or not. If you deny him, he's going to freely let you deny him, and then you'll go and be left to your own devices. If you love him and accept his gift on the cross, if you accept his gift on the cross freely, because it's a gift and you have to accept that, then he will come and dwell with you, and he will be in your presence.
We have the exact same concept in Islam. I don't understand.
Not from what we've been reading. Some. I know you like to think that, and I think it will give you the illusion of that in Islam. You know what I'm saying? I think you will get the illusion that you do, but not really. When you get down to the core of it, you don't really have that freedom that you think you do.
Okay.
Appreciate the super chat. Okay. Appreciate the super chat, big brother Scott. I'm sorry, I'm on YouTube too, so that's why I'm talking to my YouTube channel. If you want to, I did. I mean, this is recorded. It's on my YouTube channel. The link is in my bio. You can go back and rewatch your part and examine it, and maybe go over. Maybe you said English not your first language. Maybe something got crossed, crosshair somewhere.
But
And then you can look and be like, Mel, maybe I didn't do the best as presenting my argument. Or then you can see, maybe now, I see exactly what they was trying to say.
okay, but is it necessary that you need to put my part in YouTube? Because I didn't know that part.
It's on YouTube. It's all live.
Is it on YouTube live? Oh, okay. I thought you was gonna make a YouTube video.
No, it's live. I'm streaming this to the YouTube right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I thought it was gonna be a YouTube video.
No. I wouldn't clip you, and this is a free, open platform,
The
and
thing is, for me, honestly, I feel like we're just talking in circles.
yeah, that's why. Exactly. That's why I said you can go back and watch your part on YouTube, and maybe you will see our part, and then maybe you will, come from where like, oh, they was just tripping, they didn't understand me. But you can at least reevaluate just in case you come across this thing again, or come back. Give me a follow. I'll follow you right now. Well, your account is private, but accept my request. You can always come back and we can continue the discussion. But it's like 2:00 where I'm at. I kind of got to get to bed.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's 2:00 in the morning, right? So, but you can always come back and we can continue this discussion and see exactly, where we didn't come to common grounds. But before you go, it's my job to tell you that Jesus Christ, he loves you. He wants a relationship with you. And the only way you can have that relationship with you is you talk to him and tell him to come and reveal himself to you. And then then ask him, is this true? Is this not true? Just talk to him like you're talking to a friend and see if he'll reveal himself to you. Then we can, see where we go from there. But genuinely, ask him to reveal himself.
All right.
All right. I appreciate you, man. You're a good sport. You're a nice girl. You're nice. You can always come back. You're always welcome on this panel. All Christians ain't bad and talk, bad about Muslims and stuff.
I don't have anything. I would never say that. The thing is, for me, it was just I wanted to. I don't know. I got curious when I saw the live, so I just wanted to say what I wanted to say, basically. But honestly, I don't know. I think I might have to watch it back because you guys asked me a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I am not an Islamic scholar, so I can't. When you guys throw hadiths at me, it's not every hadith that I can answer for. So sometimes I don't know. I have to see the clip, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. It's the word and I is on YouTube, or you can click the link. You see me up top, that circle with the red jacket on, top left up there on the screen.
Where?
At the top left up there, to be the top left of your screen, in the corner. Do you see that little pick circle? It's on TikTok. You don't have to go off the screen. It's right there. It's literally right there. Just look at the top left of your screen up there.
Oh, the follow button.
It's right next to the follow button. You see that pic, the little circle? It say my name, the word and I. And then you see my pic. I got a red jacket on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you click that and then you'll see it's got a link to a YouTube channel right there.
All right.
And you can subscribe to my YouTube. If not, you don't have to subscribe if you don't want to. But you can go back and rewatch it. This is at the 5:30 mark. I'm talking to you now. Go back to about the 4:45 mark. Maybe up in that area, you'll be able to see you come on and you can review our discussion.
All right.
And then come back. If you see me live again, if you follow me, come back. All right.
Sorry. Sorry. I was answering a message. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Are you did you see it?
Yeah, I saw the YouTube link and then your profile.
Right. That'll be the YouTube. You can go back and watch it. And it's the name of the video is "Can Muslims Trust Allah?" Just like the prompt here say.
Mm.
All right.
All right.
All right. God bless you, sister.
All right. Goodbye.
You too. Goodbye. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. All right, TikTok. Appreciate y'all for all of the love and support. Mr. Netherlands back.
Hey, how you doing,
Hey,
Word?
what's
My
up,
fault
Mr.
to
Netherlands?
join. My fault. I didn't mean to join last second before you ended it.
Oh, did you have a question or something?
Yeah, so I actually, this is genuine. I was wondering, it's a bit of a touchy topic, so I didn't want to put you or anyone else in like a position where you have to discuss it on a platform. But it is about, like the Israel and the conflict. So
Yeah,
if possible,
I
if
don't
you
get.
guys want to discuss that
I don't do
outside
the.
of TikTok.
Yeah, I don't do the political thing. But I'll let you know my stance on it. I pray for all of the innocent people on both sides. If they didn't ask to be in this war, right? All of the innocent people, they need our prayers, our support, whether Muslim or Jew, right? And if they're innocent,
And the Christians.
right, and the Christians there, innocent blood never should be shed. Never. I don't like
That's
it.
the greatest answer you can give.
Right. And as far as the two sides, the two nations, they both deny Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. They both need Jesus, and the greatest thing that they can do is put their faith in Jesus, and then work out their differences. That's my position. So
Thank you. I didn't want to put you in an awkward position or nothing by bringing it up, like throwing you off hand or nothing.
Yeah, I mean it's very simple for me in my eyes. Innocent.
I like that response.
Yeah,
so much.
innocent people dying. I'm never cool with. Never cool with.
I'm the same. Doesn't matter who it is.
Right. They both need the peace of Christ on both sides. Jesus can heal both sides.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up in case in the future, like if you guys wanted to be like a Discord thing instead, if we didn't want to bring it up. But I think your answer is sufficient. Thank you so much, Word. I didn't mean to come last second.
Nah, you cool, bro. God bless you, man.
All right, bro. God bless, bro. I'll catch you next time.
For sure. All right. Appreciate y'all, YouTube. Appreciate TikTok. God bless y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. All of the mods. Appreciate the likes, the gifts. Hope everybody gave everybody a follow that was on the platform tonight. And I appreciate that, man. Y'all could be, like I always said, TikTok. If the TikTok is lagging, you can always hop over to YouTube. There's no lag on YouTube. There's no lag on the panel. It's only for the audience. So when the audience come up, there's no lag. And the way I stream these is to the YouTube is there's no lag because it's seeing what I'm seeing. It's on my side. Right. So until TikTok works this glitch out, then I will always recommend you to hop over to YouTube. I have more people on YouTube now on my lives than TikTok most of the time. You know what I'm saying? So it's better to just go to YouTube and watch from YouTube. But yeah, man, I appreciate it. God bless y'all. I will be seeing y'all in the future. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. God bless you and good night. All right, YouTube. Appreciate it, YouTube. What's going on in this chat, man? Brother Study. I seen you say something about denominational gangbanging. Are y'all denominational gangbanging in my chat? Is that what they doing, Study? Is that what they doing? Okay, the thing is, we are all here as brothers and sisters in the chat. Put your personal feelings aside. If you have a personal problem with another denomination, if you want to do that on your platform somewhere else, you're more than welcome. But over here, if you're a Trinitarian and you believe in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and you believe in the Bible, then you're brothers and sisters while you're in this chat. If not, I will have my mods get rid of you. And if I find out it's one of my mods, I will take the mod away and I will get rid of you. Mods, y'all gotta control the chat. We're here to focus on the Muslims or the heretics or the people that don't know Christ. You never know who's in this chat. People can come in this chat and just watch because they're curious. And then they see Christians fighting amongst each other. Now you're a stumbling block. You don't want to be a stumbling block for someone receiving the gospel. Please don't do that here. I haven't had that problem so far, so I didn't have to address it. ALC, was it you for real? I don't believe that, ALC. This is just a warning. I'm just saying, if it continues to happen, and I know, like, let's not do that. Let's not do that. You know, ALC, you cool to be here, everything. It's no problem. It's no problem. But if you want to go to Discord, like, have those conversations in private. You know what I'm saying? Like, go to Discord. Y'all go to Discord or Telegram. Y'all hash it out. You know, and then y'all do that. You know, right now we're trying to keep focus on the ministry and bringing in people that don't know Christ. So I ain't gonna strip nobody for no mods, or like, if one of my mods tell y'all to chill out, chill out. Like, so let's not be a stumbling block to nobody. Let's not be a stumbling block. One point we had like 140 some people in here. You know, you never know who's sitting around watching, who's curious about becoming a Christian, maybe even. And then they see infighting. If we don't have to hash it out, you know what I'm saying, in the open, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not be a stumbling block. That's all I'm saying. Let's not be a stumbling block. But I appreciate y'all. It was the mods that created the division. Come on, mods, y'all gotta be better. And that's probably my fault, because I never communicated that that's not what we do here. I thought we was all cool. But I'm communicating it now. Let's not do that, please. Let's not do that. We better than that. But since we know now, I'm pretty sure it won't happen again. So, God bless y'all. AG, it was me. AG, it wasn't you. You ain't even a mod. You ain't even a mod, bro. But yeah, like, we good now. Shake hands, hug it out. Family fight, but you always want to have a family fight behind closed doors, right? You don't want the neighbors to see. Oh, you sent the link? Hold on, let me see. Let me see real quick. Is that it? Okay, I see it. Now, one of our brothers is in financial distress. He need help. Brother Chris, right there. We got 110 people in here. If y'all can help the brother in distress, this is a PayPal he got set up. He's been through a lot. I read his story. I feel him. If you can find it within your heart to give to the PayPal, not a certain dollar amount, just whatever you can give. Let's help the brother pull through a rough patch that he's going through. Because if I was going through it, I would hope, some brothers and sisters would look out for me. You know what I'm saying? So there's the PayPal right there for Brother Chris. If y'all can help him out with anything that y'all can, I'm pretty sure he'll be greatly appreciated for it. And let's just help him out. Even if it's $1. Little bit goes a long way. So, like I said, if I was going through something, I would want some people to help me out. So there's the PayPal. I don't never ask nothing for me. I haven't asked nobody for $1, for what I do, for the channel, anything. I don't sell merch. You know what I'm saying? I just ask for the like button and subscribers. So, but now we need a brother that needs some help. So if y'all can help him, that will be wonderful. That will be wonderful. Alyssa, I will buy your merch. when I get to about, 5K, 10K subscribers, I might start venturing out trying to get merch and things like that. Until then, I'll be working on some designs behind the scenes just in case that day come. Hopefully that day come when I reach 5K, 10K, right? But in the meantime, in between time, I appreciate it. Everything that y'all do, all the mods, everybody. If you're not a mod, I love the support. I appreciate the support. And it's all, I can feel it, right? I feel it. I feel the warmth and the love from everyone that comes here and spend their time with me, because they can be doing something else. I have people 3, 4 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning watching my live stream. And that means a lot. That means a lot. It doesn't go unnoticed. I recognize names in the chat. And I think I'm almost at my mod limit, because half of the chat be mods. But just in case I get bigger, I'll know who started off with me through the whole thing. So that's why I modded y'all up, so I can know, just in case we 600-700 people in here. I can't keep up with everybody, but I see that you're a mod. That means you've been with me for a while. All right, but I appreciate it, man. Good stream. Hope people got the message. Hope some seeds was planted. And to God be the glory. To God be the glory. Appreciate that, Ken. May your numbers increase too. Bro, tell that Link is my friend's friend in India, PayPal works only for business purposes. So the link only works for business purposes. I'm not real familiar with PayPal. I hardly use it. So I'm guessing if you got a business account, or that's a business account, you gotta make a receipt for it or a transaction or something like that. Here's the link again. Let me make sure. Is it right? Let me make sure. I don't want to be putting out no faulty information. Go back. Try this one. Try that one out. I think that might be right. I think that might be the right link right there, y'all. I think that might be the right link. Yeah, it's Punia Bupati Balasubramin Bru. Man, y'all got some names. Balasa Brahmani Punia Bupati. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Balasa Brumani Punia Bupati. Okay, yeah, he said that's the right name. That's the right name. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and get some sleep. Y'all go ahead and give to the brother if y'all can. If you can't, no biggie. But any little thing help. Any little thing help. Indian names, bro. Yeah, that's a tongue twister right there. But I'll be seeing y'all on the flip side, man. God bless y'all. In the name of the Father and Son and Holy Spirit. You say the link don't work. The at least take down the name right there. If the link don't work, I see the name on it. Take down the name and then search up the name. Cause I see the name at ball 658. You seen one comment. What do you mean, Colt? What do you mean? I don't know. If I go to, I'll try to figure it out once I get offline. And if I figure it out, I'll just make a community post or share it. All right. God bless y'all, man. Good night. See you on the flip side. In the name of the Father and Son and Holy Spirit. Good night.